Hey everybody, I'm Jayme Poisson. I host Front Burner, and welcome to our first ever election night live stream. We are going to spend the next couple of hours talking about everything that went down this election, and we're going to watch along with you as we find out who the Prime Minister of Canada will be after tonight, because of course we have a Prime Minister who might continue to be Prime Minister in the coming hours. We're also going to go a little deeper and explore this pivotal and very unpredictable political moment that we're in right now with a whole slew of tapped-in guests. And we are, of course, going to get to your questions and your comments, and we're going to talk about what you're all watching and thinking about from home. So thank you so much for joining us, and make sure to drop all your thoughts and your questions in the chat. I think this is going to be a really fun night, especially with who we've got here. Actually, these are some guys that I would literally invite to my house to watch the election. Elamine Abdelmahmoud, host of Commotion.
Hey, friend.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
David Coletto, CEO of polling firm Abacus Data.
So good to see you in person,
I know.
Jayme.
It's great to be here with all of you. And Aaron Wary from the CBC's Ottawa Bureau.
Hey, Jayme.
Can I talk here? Can I start here? David, what's it like being a pollster on Election Day?
It's incredibly stressful. It's the one time every 3 or 4 years where people actually hold you accountable. You say that people are going to do this, and tonight is the night we test. So I talk to my team. They check in on me. Are you doing okay? It's a weird feeling, especially as the results start coming in like they are now.
Yeah.
You're sort of like, is this online? Like, I went back to my numbers. I'm like, okay, this is what we expect. We're okay so far.
I've been watching his screen, and what's been interesting about this is that it's still early yet. You don't have a lot of seats called, you don't have a lot of results in, but you're already being like, Newfoundland is not where some people thought it would be. This is already for you. It's already kind of begun this idea of are we on point? Are we a little bit off track in terms of what you call it?
It's weird because I'm a Canadian, so I care what the outcome is, but I'm also the pollster's are my numbers right? Are my numbers right? And there's this dueling tension internally about those two things.
Aaron, when I told you that you didn't have to put your headphones on at the beginning of this, I was wrong. I was totally lying to you. So do that.
We're off to a good start.
This is going real smooth so far. Let's talk about what we're seeing right now. We kind of just alluded to it. You want to take it, Aaron? The results are coming in from Atlantic Canada, and what are they?
Yeah, look, it's early. This is always the part of the election night when we extrapolate out wildly from very small sample sizes. Look, the Liberals are doing okay out east. Their Newfoundland numbers aren't strong yet, although it's hard to know. Part of the problem with reading early election returns is you don't know where the votes are coming from exactly in terms of the polling stations within a riding. So it's hard to know, are these coming from conservative areas of a riding? Is there still a big Liberal vote out there? So, but at this point, 16-7 coming out of the east with a few more ridings to come. The Liberals won 24 in Atlantic Canada last time. I think that's sort of the first hurdle. If they're over 24, things are looking good. If it's under 24, maybe the polls, no offense, David, maybe the polls missed a little. We'll see. I think that's sort of the first benchmark, is really how they come out of Atlantic Canada and whether they're kind of above or below 24.
Yeah.
I like the idea that David is a representative of all pollsters.
There's a lot of pressure.
Always my fault tonight.
You want to add anything?
I'm just looking at Newfoundland in particular, right? And the NDP's at 5%. And so with thousands of votes counted, that's down 12 points from where they were in 2021. So early indications are the polls were showing that the NDP vote was going to collapse, and Newfoundland was not going to be a place where they were going to do particularly well. Although they've held seats around St. John's, it does seem that early on that is happening. And so the question is, who does that benefit? We expect it to benefit the Liberals, but so that's my first read of that, is that the NDP drop seems to be initially something that's going to be a problem for them in Atlantic Canada.
Elamine, you want to talk about the NDP a little bit? It's possible that if the polls are right, they could lose official party status tonight. Why?
I take seriously the argument that the polls end up informing sentiment, and then sentiment can kind of sometimes settle. And to that extent, you saw some of those conservative rallies of the people with the hoodies that said, "Do you believe the polls?" Look, by and large, the Conservatives have actually run a pretty decent campaign. I would say like the numbers that they've had have been comparable or better than 2021. What's really happened is we've really seen in the polls anyway, and we're about to see whether it gets confirmed tonight or not. But we've seen in the polls a precipitous collapse in the NDP, and all that support has gone to Mark Carney. And there's an open question as to whether the NDP regret the decisions that they've made in terms of not bringing down the government earlier, not sort of bragging about the policy wins that they've sort of they've hung their hats on, because I've not seen the NDP very present in this particular election narrative. It really has been this sort of two-horse race. And you saw Jagmeet Singh in the Toronto Star, I think, was talking to the editorial board, saying, you know what, I couldn't do that to the country. I couldn't do this to the country and guarantee Pierre Poilievre winning a majority. I don't know if you believe that argument. I think it's a bit of a Monday morning quarterback kind of argument to make, but that's the story that he's telling. He's saying, I put the country ahead of the party, and I don't know if that argument holds today.
Just imagine how different this all would have been if they had taken down the government in the fall, right? Before Trump, while Trudeau was still in office. David, when you ask people, I don't know if you've done this, but have you asked people who are leaving the NDP why they're leaving the NDP?
Yeah, we have. On our surveys, we've added this open-ended question where you just ask people, why are you voting that way? And you look at those that are inclined to vote NDP but say they're going to vote Liberal. A big number of them say it's Mark Carney. They're not being scared into the Liberal arms by Poilievre, but they're actually saying, I like him. I think he is the kind of person we need. I think the stakes are high. I'm worried about Trump. They all believe that Trump is a threat, and they're looking for somebody who can deal with that. There are some who don't like the prospect of Pierre Poilievre, and I think that mix is probably accelerating their move over. But they generally like Jagmeet Singh. They generally support all the policies that they've campaigned for, and they've been able to help influence in Parliament. But the stakes are really big, and they're not willing to gamble, I think, with a vote for the NDP this time, they think.
And can I just say, like, I feel like the Conservatives made a palpable play for the working class vote. They've been doing that for the last year and a half, 2 years or so. And you saw that in their ads sort of hitting really hard at Jagmeet Singh. There's an argument to say that if those numbers appear to be true, that has actually kind of worked. It's kind of worked, and the regular pummeling of the NDP by the Conservatives has kind of maybe brought us to this point. I think if you're the Conservatives, you might go, did we go a little too hard? Did we go a little bit too long on those ads? I don't know.
I mean, I think, part of the Conservative strategy was to take away sort of what are called blue-orange ridings, right? Ridings that sort of the Conservatives and NDP are first or second. And, like Timmins, James Bay, for instance, which is Charlie Angus's riding up north. I think those were the places where the Conservatives thought they could make gains. And I think to a certain extent, you're going to see that bear out tonight. I mean, which I think circles back to the, this argument that Jagmeet Singh has made that, for the good of the country, he didn't plunge the country into an election and that would have, elected a Conservative majority. I don't think the NDP was in any position to plunge the country into an election because they would have been routed.
Yeah.
If the NDP, do the thought experiment, if the NDP had been polling at 30% last fall, would they have still said, ooh, you know what, stakes are too high, we shouldn't go into an election? No, they would have gone into an election.
But would they have been this?
Yeah.
It might not have been this.
No, it might not have been this. Like, I think the NDP suffers from, the Conservative campaign to sort of tarnish them. The association with Trudeau. Oddly, I think they suffered, I don't know if this was I think this was borne out in some of the polls. I think they suffered a little bit from tearing up the confidence and supply agreement, that there were progressives who didn't love that idea. And then I think they just suffer from the ballot question and this election just polarizing over who do you want to send against Donald Trump. And Jagmeet Singh just couldn't get into that argument.
Yeah, over the course of 2 years, basically, Jagmeet Singh alienated himself from both conservatives by supporting the Liberal government and then alienating himself from Liberals when he ripped it up.
Yeah.
And so he actually ends this campaign as the least popular of the three main party leaders, which is not how the last two federal elections ended. He was always the most popular. And so when you don't even have that, and you're the third party competing in this environment, there's not much goodwill left.
Guys, can we talk about Trump?
No. Yes, of course.
I thought we were going to get through the whole night.
Yeah, we're just not going to bring him up at all. So there was, I think, a relative calm for the last couple of weeks. And then today he sent out a Truth Social post. He said that essentially Canada should elect the man who would make Canada the 51st state, which seems to be him, right? Like, has he switched now to just telling Canadians to go vote for him? Might that post have moved people today? How did the campaigns react to it?
Who wants to take that one?
I mean, I think here, let me. What we had been seeing, to your point, Jamie, if you look at the polls, we asked this question: what's this more about, Trump or change? And it started 58% Trump, 42% change, and by the end, it flipped basically. But that was when we finished polling on Sunday morning. I think every time Trump opens his mouth, it does help politically the Liberals. And so I do wonder if this was a little nudge today to keep, people motivated and thinking about the reason why they were going to go vote Liberal, because for most of them, Trump was a huge part of it. And back to NDP voters, a motivator for them to go vote Liberal. So, yeah, I do think we were not going to be able to measure the actual impact, but I don't downplay the impact that this has in people's ability to know that he said this, because it spread really fast the moment it came out.
Yeah.
It's one of those posts where I feel like if that post had gone out last Wednesday or Thursday and has had sort of a bit of time to play out in the news and in conversations a little bit more, it only ends up helping the Liberals. It ends up helping the argument that Mark Carney has been making the entire election.
It was unhinged. It was an unhinged.
It was an unhinged post because he said, "Hey, it's election day, Canada. You should vote for me." He's not on the ballot, as far as I know, anywhere. So, can you imagine? It's like, actually, he's running in Edmonton.
He's counting on write-in votes.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there's an argument to be made that this election has been, for both the Liberals and the Conservatives, sort of like an election of two specters, right? Which is to say, the Liberals are saying the specter is Donald Trump, and the Conservatives are saying the specter is Justin Trudeau, and this guy's just like him. And the idea that post would go out today would only help the argument that Carney's been making, which is saying, no, the real specter is Donald Trump, because that is, as far as I can tell, the most unhinged post that we've seen from Donald Trump. It is more explicit than the previous posts that he's done. It's wild. And those have been pretty explicit themselves.
Aaron, do you want to say something about that? But also, I would be interested to hear you talk about how you're thinking about the change versus Trump question.
Sure.
What has this election really been about?
I mean, I think for one last thought on the post today, I think it's worth reflecting on the fact of how unusual and remarkable it is for the President of the United States on election day to, I don't know, taunt or troll the country. It's, sometimes it's so unusual that you kind of lose track of what's normal. And I just think that, if Joe Biden had done that or Barack Obama had done that, we never would have stopped talking about it.
I think we should. It's election interference, right? I think a lot of people would define that as election interference.
The only problem with it, the only thing that kind of keeps it from being interference is it's hard to know what it even
means.
What it signals.
Yeah,
and it's not so covert.
No, that's true. It's not.
It's not partisan.
You don't need a classified briefing to find out about it. To go back to your larger question about change in Trump, I think, and David's polling bears this out, that there was kind of a split. There was about half the country that thought this is an election about change, and there was about half the country that thought this was an election about Trump. Poilievre did some polling earlier that said that asked it in a different way. They said, is this election about change, or is this election about stability? Mm-hmm. And again, it's split about 50-50. And I think we'll see what the results look like. But going into this, it looked like the decisive factor was that Poilievre's lead on change was smaller than Carney's lead on Trump and stability. And I think that's sort of where I see the main friction in this election. We'll see what the polls, we'll see what the results bear out. But I think that, and you saw that even really in the last days of the campaign. If it was a drinking game and you took a drink every time Pierre Poilievre said change, you'd be drunk halfway through his news conferences. And
we're actually playing one of those tonight, everyone. So what are we gonna choose?
It's gonna be a messy half.
I'm gonna need a medic. Yeah.
Yeah. Every time Carney says catalyze, sorry, please go. Go.
But on the flip side of that was Carney would constantly emphasize we're in the most serious crisis of our lifetime. This isn't a normal election. I'm good in a crisis. And so it really was these sort of two different ideas, and they sort of split them, but it was sort of like if Carney had an advantage coming into today, it seemed to be that he had won a little bit more of the change vote than Poilievre was winning of the Trump vote.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that a fair?
That's fair. Yeah, and I've described it as like Carney found a way to be the right amount of change. The dosage was just at a level that people could accept, right? That created enough space from Trudeau, because Trudeau was his kryptonite. If Carney's a superhero in this story, his kryptonite was Trudeau, and so he was enough of it for enough people that if he does win tonight, it is probably a big factor in that.
I keep remembering like the moments in the debate, when repeatedly Poilievre would keep bringing up Trudeau, and Carney would say, "Hey, you keep bringing him up. He's not on the stage tonight." But of course, he is in a way, which is to say that like I was surprised. I don't know if you were surprised, Aaron, but like I was surprised by the number of Trudeau people who were quite visible in a lot of the photos and a lot of the campaign stops that Carney was making. Like Anita Anand was behind him for a lot of that campaign. And to me, like if you're trying to signal being like I'm not that guy, there are still echoes and references to Trudeau, which is to say like it's not like a complete kind of divorce and separation. And so you kind of get these moments that really do echo that.
I think the challenge for Carney was, like the space between him becoming Liberal leader and him going into an election is 2 weeks. There isn't time to recruit a whole new team and run star candidates and put a new face. He tried to put a new face on government, but he didn't. You can't build out a whole new team. But I think the flip side of that was, the Conservatives tried this argument for a while that he's just like Justin.
Yeah.
And I think the problem with that argument is that even if he has the same Liberal team, even if he's still holding on to many of the same Liberal policies, I think, and this is unscientific, but I think voters would look at it and go, no, Mark Carney and Justin Trudeau are different people.
Right.
They're different people. They talk different. They act different. They have different backgrounds. Justin Trudeau famously, was the drama teacher. Mark Carney is a central banker. These are not the same person. And so I think that, I think even going into his leadership race, the big question was always like, can Mark Carney possibly win against a populist conservative because he's a banker, he's a rich guy?
Yeah.
But the positive case for Carney was he's the clearest demonstration of change from the Trudeau era. And based on the polling coming into today, it looks like that argument kind of was more prescient than the other.
And it may have the rich banker may have won with NDP voters, which is very interesting. When you think about it. We're going to bring in Matthew Amha, producer extraordinaire at Front Burner. And just for everybody watching right now, we're going to take your questions and your comments throughout the night. And we're also going to bring up our main television special periodically at moments that are really pivotal throughout the night. So we'll pop back in and out when we get more seats from Atlantic Canada, for example, when results start pouring in from Ontario and Quebec. But Matt, hi.
Yes. Hello. Thank you so much for having me. Producer extraordinaire. I love that.
It's great.
Yes.
It's so great to have you.
Yes. So we have some questions already.
Yeah.
So let's start off.
We're just going to share this mic over here.
Okay. Brilliant. We love sharing. We're going to start off with Thomas Lacroix, who emailed us to ask, during this campaign, I've heard many journalists repeatedly comment about the lack of English language leader interviews and the question-taking approach of the Conservatives.
Yeah.
They want to know, are journalists...
One of them was me. I complained about this a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So their question is, are journalists making themselves the center of a story here? And is that story just another part of the changing media landscape?
Ooh.
Oh,
Jay, you want to start?
No. You take this.
I mean, okay, I do think that there's a tendency to, but maybe let's frame this question in the context of the platform. So the platform just came out, in the last week or so. That is not enough time for Canadians to go through a platform and say, yes, this makes sense to me. No, this doesn't make sense to me. I have some problems with this. The job of this enterprise, the job of the people employed by media institutions, is to put these platforms to a test and say, we have questions about them and meaningful questions, and actually get some answers as to those questions. I don't think we got enough of those answers, and I think it was our job to do so, and we end up hamstrung in those moments when you have leaders who say, you know what, there's not enough room for you. There's not enough room for you to ask these questions, and in fact, you don't deserve to. I think all it does is a disservice to people who are voting. However, the incentive is not for the parties to have those things questioned, right? There's very good reasons for them to just say, you know what, we're going to skip that part. We're going to skip that part.
Yeah.
It's very easy for them to. And so it's obviously frustrating for people who want to do this job, which is to say, we deserve some answers. We're trying to get them on behalf of Canadians. We don't get to.
I think it was also a bit of a bummer for democracy in this election because the leaders did critical interviews in French. Mm-hmm. They were asked tough questions in French. And I think at the end of this campaign, people in Quebec got a better sense of them than people in English Canada. Carney, of course, took lots of questions at the podium, but none of the candidates sat down for long-form English language interviews that were critical. They sat down for podcasts. They had a lot of conversations. And I'm not saying you don't get anything out of talking to Scott Galloway about how you view the world, which is something Mark Carney did, right? Poilievre went on the Ben Mulrooney podcast, and he did a couple others where I think that you learned some stuff about him as a person and him as a parent that was valuable. So I'm not saying don't do it, but I think it would have been helpful to hear these guys being asked tougher questions and having to defend their policies a little bit more than we got. Aaron, do you want to add anything there? I mean, I think part of the question was also about the Conservatives.
If I could just say too,
Yeah.
They said, is this just another story of the kind of changing media landscape? This is a thing that, Trump is kind of, conventionally interview averse in his own way as well. There were issues with, even in the U.S. with Joe Biden at the end of his tenure not doing kind of standalone interviews. Is this is this the future of media in some ways? Is this something that we're going to have to be contending with moving forward?
Yeah, it's not an entirely new phenomenon, right? Like Stephen Harper and the Parliamentary Press Gallery had epic fights over access, over press conferences, over how many questions he would take, over who got to ask questions. So this isn't entirely new. I would say that Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative campaign was particularly restrictive in terms of, 4 questions, they pick who's going to ask, no follow-ups. I think the other thing you're seeing is, you see this in the United States, I think you've seen it in Canada now too, you saw it with Justin Trudeau, is going to sort of non-traditional outlets to do interviews, going to podcasts, going to, streamers. I think in part because it reaches different and in some cases bigger audiences. I think in some cases because the politicians, I think you definitely saw this with Trudeau, they feel they have more space to talk and explain themselves. So I can see the argument for why they do it. I think the downside is, look, I don't think journalists ever win an argument by complaining about access and how many questions they get. I just don't think the public, this reader,
Tiny violin.
this reader notwithstanding, I just don't think the public cares. I think the larger problem is it just doesn't. It leads to a shallower conversation. You don't get to have conversations about policy because because somebody didn't ask a question of a leader that day, and so that issue kind of gets dropped. And so I think that's the downside. It's not, you should give us more time so we can hold you accountable. It's if the questions don't get asked, the conversations don't happen.
But can I just say, it's not. But to me, look, I keep returning to this idea that politics is impressionistic above all else. And if an impression sticks that you're dodging some questions, I think that's a different kind of territory. The fact that Poilievre, could do an hour-long interview with Jordan Peterson suggests that he's like readily available. But some of the exchanges that went viral were the exchanges of him sort of, a contentious exchanges with journalists. And I don't know if you've done any polling on this, David, on this idea that like when those moments happen and they do end up making the news, I'm thinking here of the moment with the apple, but also
the apple munching moment.
The apple munching moment. But also, I feel like there are a few other of those moments that got like a bit more heated. Does that change the impression that people have at all of a leader and how available, they are, or are they evasive?
I think it depends on the person. I would say, I haven't done direct polling on this to understand it, but based on what I've seen and questions I've asked, I would say most people would prefer any of their political leaders to dig deep and answer questions. I don't think anyone would say, I don't like accountability. I don't like you to explain yourself. And I want you to do it in an independent setting where the person asking those questions is not a supporter or isn't cheering for you, right? It's cheering for us collectively. That being said, I think there is a subset who love when he does that, and it raises them a ton of money.
It's a fundraising thing. Yeah.
It depends. Yeah. It depends the motive, right? I always like to think like, imagine we could create an experimental design and just do like an A/B test and test a Poilievre that would answer questions and dig in and give his perspective on things. Would he have done better? It's obviously, we don't know because we're never going to experience that. But I do wonder if he was more open to it, would he be able to show that he has, if he does, a rooted basis for the views that he has that then might understand his true motivation? Because I think that's, if he's not going to win tonight, it's in part because people aren't quite sure what his motivation is. Why is he doing this? Why does he want this job?
Guys, we're going to move to the pop culture segment of this piece. Matt, you're going to come back.
I will, absolutely.
Soon?
Yes,
Thanks for this.
I'll see you guys.
And everybody watching, send in your questions and your comments because Matt's going through them.
Yes.
And Elamine, I'm going to send you back.
Back to my chair?
Okay.
Okay, back to my chair.
And this is, we are now joined by Matea Roach. Hi, Matea.
Hello.
How are you?
Not too bad.
Good. So Matea is the host of the Bookends podcast for the CBC.
Hi, Matea.
Great to have you.
Hi, Matea.
Nice to be here.
Thank you for being here. Okay, you're going to come share this mic with me.
All right.
Okay.
Cozy.
So before we get started, are we seeing anything right now that we want to talk about, or we're basically kind of where we started?
I think we're basically where we started. David may have more insight.
I mean, the Conservatives appear to be doing better than we thought they would, but apparently advanced polls have not been counted, and we know from the polling that the Liberals seem to do better there. So still more to come. We've
got 22 Liberal seats right now, 9 Conservative seats, and just, I don't know, a good handful of ridings in Atlantic Canada reporting now. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's do this then.
All right.
All right.
I'm so excited for this part.
I know, me too. I'm so excited for this part.
I am once again here to just terrorize the airwaves by talking about Rainer Werner Fassbinder, which I've done Elamine on your program before.
So, you have. So just for people, what we have asked everybody to do is come up with some kind of example from the culture, from pop culture, a movie, a song, whatever, that is indicative of this moment. And Matea, let's go with you first because I can't even pronounce this.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So hear me out. We all know the Criterion Channel, the Criterion Collection, incredible archive of films from around the world. There's a mini-series that I got really deep into in January, February of this year, Berlin Alexanderplatz. It was released in West Germany in 1980, directed by Rainer Werner Fassbinder. And what it is an adaptation of a modernist novel from like 1929, which is essentially depicting Weimar Germany and the journey of this like one man, Franz Bieberkopf, who's just been released from jail and is dealing with economic calamity, the rise of fascism, and crime. Basically, any problem that is being discussed in this election, you will see discussed and tackled in this miniseries. The lighting is fantastic. The music is amazing and atmospheric. It is trippy. There's an epilogue that takes place kind of in a dream world. It is a miniseries. It is like 15 hours long. Buy 1 month subscription to the Criterion Channel. You can watch this and you can escape whatever problems you might have.
Doesn't sound like much of an escape.
No, it's so to me, I like to escape into the same problems that I already have in real life and just kind of experience them through art.
Yeah. Does that make you feel better?
Yes, because I can see that like artists are apprehending the world in the same way that I am, is what I would say. Yeah.
That is comforting. Actually.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, when you put it like that.
Yeah.
Elamine, do you want to follow that with your? I don't.
That's like a real vibe killer. I come in to do the fun pop culture segment, and I'm like, let's talk about art films
it's like
and fascism. We're gonna learn today.
Matea's like, hey, have you seen this art film? It's about fascism. Great, thank you so much
Let's have fun,
for the
kids.
vibe.
I'm the hip Gen Z CBC radio host. If you haven't heard,
We actually have a clip of it. We're gonna put it up on the screen just for people who might be very curious.
I definitely am.
About what it is right now.
Let's go.
A film about a simple man who just wanted a simple life. A life that was not possible in Germany on the brink of the apocalypse. Rainer Werner Fassbinder's epic Berlin Alexanderplatz.
Yeah, that's peak Matea right there.
It's real Matea Roachcore, I have to say. Anyway, I can't wait to hear what fun suggestions other people have.
I'm kind of embarrassed by mine now. I don't even.
No, don't be embarrassed. I frankly should be the one to be embarrassed bringing this to your program.
No,
I
good.
came in here,
It's
I
good.
barged in.
No, it's highbrow.
You know?
It's highbrow. You're bringing a lot of class here, I think. Why don't you go now?
Well, I'm about to pivot to a real gem. Joy, can we play the clip first? Would that be okay? And then I'll contextualize it afterwards. Let's roll it. Let's do it.
This nation was born out of a military alliance, a convenience. It's illegitimate. And if it has any hope, it must be reborn without borders.
If it has any hope, it must be reborn without borders. That is Canada's own Paul Gross, the GOAT, the greatest to ever do it. This is a movie. It's called H2O. It is a movie that was broadcast on the CBC. It's a 2-part film. And the only reason I heard about H2O is because of Aaron Balser, who Matea works with.
My boss, yeah.
And Aaron was like, she just like burst in. She was like, have you heard about H2O? And I was like, no, I haven't. What is H2O? And so she explained to me that it was like the CBC miniseries that aired 2005, 2006-ish. And the plot is such, Aaron, I can see the face that you're making.
Are there no borders?
No, well, but it's worse. It's worse than that because it's much more sinister. You see, not only is the attempt to make no borders, but what's actually happening here is the son of a prime minister becomes prime minister.
Who would have thought?
That's implausible.
That's implausible. That would never happen. But in this series, there's a threat of taking over Canada because we have fresh water, and the United States is in desperate need of fresh water due to all the other calamities that are happening.
Critical water.
Yeah, one of those things.
Yeah.
And Paul Gross has a choice to consider as our prime minister about whether to let the sovereignty of the nation disintegrate or not. And in the middle of all of this, we learned that his father, former prime minister, was maybe assassinated when we thought that he had died of natural causes. So he's got to investigate that. He's declared a state of emergency for 120 days, which I don't know if the Supreme Court is going to find that legal or not. We'll find that out later in the miniseries, which is to say, Paul Gross, in 2006, he wrote, directed, and starred in this thing, and my guy calls it. My guy's like, there's going to be a conflict between the United States and Canada. Maybe it'll be about our resources. Maybe.
Very prescient.
I'm just saying, how did he, what did Paul Gross know, and when did he know it, is a question that I'm asking, because he seems to have known a lot about what we're going to be dealing with in this circumstance. So that's mine.
Okay. David, here we go.
Well, those were too deep. I'm going into my old soulness here, and back to the late 90s with a moment that I think...
You say old soul and late 90s?
Old soul. So Michael Douglas, Annette Bening. What does that tell you?
It tells me it's a rom-com.
It's a rom-com meets Aaron Sorkin.
Oh.
And the precursor to The West Wing, which as a political scientist is like the dream 9 years of my life that I just keep repeating over and over again. Anyways, it is the American president. And there is this scene at the very end that we're going to play very shortly that I think sums up the moment. And so maybe we'll play that scene right now.
Let's get
We've got serious problems, and we need serious people. And if you want to talk about character, Bob, you better come at me with more than a burning flag and a membership card. If you want to talk about character and American values, fine. Just tell me where and when, and I'll show up. This is a time for serious people, Bob, and your 15 minutes are up. My name is Andrew Shepard, and I am the president.
Come on.
First of all,
I want to stand up and salute something.
Yeah. So first of all, Aaron Sorkin, we can debate good writer, bad writer.
Are we going to devolve into a debate
like
over whether or not we like Aaron Sorkin right now?
Martin Sheen played his chief of staff, who then became... Anyways, that is Mark Carney.
That is Mark Carney.
That is Mark Carney, right? Serious people, serious times. Yeah. And Bob Brunson is Pierre Poilievre. So anyways, I thought it was a...
I've been running around the office all day being like, I think Jed Bartlett and Mark Carney, like
I said that today too.
That's the analogy,
That's
right?
it.
Which is the idea that like, here's a guy who's like, I do have a PhD. What do you want to say about it? Because the relatability had been such a political currency, where I was like, actually, sometimes some people are like, I don't want a leader who's relatable. I do want them to be smarter than me. I do want them to have many more degrees. I don't know how long their thesis is. And Aaron Sorkin certainly falls in that camp of like, please, if you're going to lead a country through a
Let's
crisis,
put our leaders on a pedestal, not dig a hole and throw them into it.
That's the Alan Alda speech from the last season of West Wing. This is now a West Wing stream.
Although now every time I think of Aaron Sorkin, I think about that op-ed that he wrote where he thought that Mitt Romney should take over the Democratic Party in the U.S. I digress.
Yes.
We have been on quite a journey from Berlin Alexanderplatz to the American president. Can I do mine quick, though, guys?
Yes.
Which is really, it's taken us, I think, to the lowest brow example of the day. I chose Canadian bacon.
Hey.
Which feels like a good one, right?
Yeah, good one.
This is a film from the 90s by Michael Moore. I think it's his only non-documentary film. It also, to me, feels very prescient of the times that we are in because it is about a U.S. president that needs to distract people from a bad economy, so he chooses to make Canada into an enemy. And they are literally talking about Canada as the 51st state in this movie. There is another scene where they're saying like all of this untrue stuff about Canada, like how Canada owns more of the U.S. than any other country. And when I was watching it the other night, I was thinking this is just what happens when Trump gets out and talks about how the U.S. is like subsidizing Canada to the tune
He did it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's another scene where Vladimir something, the Russian president, comes and they serve him KFC. And I also felt like there were some parallels there as well. Do we want to watch a clip? Do we have time to watch a clip of Canadian bacon? Or are we going to do it? And I just want to say that the head of CBC News is just in our in the studio right now. And
hi, Kathy.
We are maybe we won't get in trouble for this, but we're just going to play Canadian bacon on election night in front of all of our bosses.
For an unpopular president,
the voters felt that your being alive or dead had no real bearing on their daily lives.
It's time to give war a chance.
Dead.
What are we going to do for an enemy now?
A riot between Americans and Canadians broke out last night.
Now, with a little inspiration.
All I said was Canadian beer sucks.
Give me 1 week and I'll have Americans burning maple leaves.
They'll create a cause worth fighting for.
Is Canadian Prime Minister Clark MacDonald a member of a satanic cult?
Oh, that is stunning.
Guys, is that not amazing?
So watching it this weekend.
Is that not amazing?
I was just saying, Alan Alda, the presidential candidate in the West Wing.
It was also one of John Candy's last films.
Didn't know that.
Okay, I'm going to keep this moving.
Okay.
We are moving on to what I am most excited about tonight, and I think it's going to be really tough for Elamine and I to go up against you in this. I don't know about these guys. I think they might be okay.
No, I think this is the problem is that we set high expectations for me every time I come on it as a guest on someone else's program.
You did win Jeopardy like 23
records
times.
on Jeopardy. Like, let's not lose track of what's...
But they famously do not ask you about Canada on that program that much, right? Like, that's the whole thing.
Yeah. Like, when was
They'll be
Charles
like,
Tupper
what
Prime
is-
Minister?
They will never ask you a deep cut like that, Elamine. They will be asking you, what is the capital of Saskatchewan? And the people on that program will be shaking their heads, scratching their chin. They do not know.
I could get that.
Yeah, no, see?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Okay, I'm somewhat ready
so
for this.
for everyone watching, play along with us.
Yeah.
We're going to write our answers down, and then at the end
Can we have
of
pencils?
each answer,
Can we?
I have pencils.
Ready.
And Nick, our executive producer at Front Burner, is going to do the trivia. And I'll just say that the reason he's going to do the trivia, I have hosted a couple of trivia events over the years, and every single time I've done it, Nick has told me that I did a bad job. And I don't really know. I think it's because there's a tempo that I can't do. And so,
tempo.
Nick.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Nick. We can hear you.
Hi. Now you can tell me that I do a bad job. So let's just see how this goes.
That's why I'm excited for this.
Okay, let's do this.
We have 3 categories. 10 questions, 10 questions, 5 questions. We're going to start off with music and pop culture.
Oh, man.
Okay.
So you guys, I'll read the question.
Music
You
and
have a
pop
second or
culture
two to
first
answer.
category. Okay.
I'll give you the answer, and then we'll move on.
I'm not gonna look at Matea's.
I'm going to look at David's. I'm going to copy David's answers.
Not music.
Here we go.
Question
What is the name of the game that Nardwuar the Human Serviette played with Mark Carney at the end of his recent appearance on Nardwuar's show?
Nick, you're going to have to come at me with more than that, dude. I mean...
We're just getting started.
Okay, all right, let's go.
And we're not gonna say the answers now, right? We just wait.
I'm going to give you the answer after each question.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We got to move it along for the viewers at home, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, exactly. The answer is the hip flip.
Oh, yeah.
Put some respect on
a
that.
Hip flip. Come on.
I got it. Did
Oh,
everybody
yeah.
get it?
Nope.
Yep. Did you got it, Aaron Weir?
I do recall seeing that, but I had no idea what that was.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is.
I love that we're
That's
talking about
amazing.
it like it was a thing that he just came up with for Mark Carney's special. This is a storied game.
I like that you're also here providing us with historical context of. I didn't.
The hip flip.
Yeah.
Which current premier used to be a rapper?
What?
What?
Oh, yeah.
What?
No.
No, I don't know the answer. I like the face that you just made.
The answer's Francois Legault.
Wob Canoe.
It's Doug.
Oh, that's right. I knew.
Okay.
Well, I got that wrong.
Former Canada Reads host, Wab Canoe. Put
Yeah.
some respect on that name.
That's my bad. That's on
At
me.
a National Arts Centre gala in 2009, former Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper
Yeah.
and cellist Yo-Yo Ma
Yeah.
played a cover by what band?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm back in it. Let's go. David's like, I was there.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know. I feel like I've seen the video and I'm blanking.
What would you
The Beatles.
do if I
Beatles.
sang
I think we have a
attitude?
clip.
Yeah, the Beatles.
That's all he knows. Stephen Harper just like repeats that everywhere. I think. See, that just won him like.
Hey, Gabby, do we have clearance for me to sing on the stream or no? Are we good? No, I can't sing. Got it. Okay. All right.
Canadians Elon Musk and musician Grimes have 3 children together. Name one.
Oh, man. Okay.
How is this a Canadian politics question?
Or music.
Can I challenge the?
It's pop culture. It's a pop culture question.
I have no.
Oh, there's
idea.
music. Right?
The equation?
It's the
gonna say
kid
there's
that
an
he's
equation,
always
isn't it?
carrying around, right?
Nick, can I get a ruling on whether I would get any points if I said the equation kid?
No.
Like, how much of a nickname is acceptable? Like, do we need the full name or just the first letter, perhaps, that one child goes by?
I'll take the first letter.
Okay.
Word. Okay. Thank you.
You really are wearing me down. Okay, so the children's
I'm a-
names are Techno Mechanicus,
No, it isn't.
Exa Dark Sidriel,
That's a Grimes
And then-
song title, I think.
XAEAXII.
Yeah.
That's the one I was.
That's the
looking
one I
for.
got, but I got the
Yeah.
X. So I was like,
Yeah.
I'll take the X.
Yeah.
Great.
This is why we got to ask the real questions. We got to get a game show compliance lawyer like on the horn right now.
I'm taking a lot of joy in Nick getting roasted by Matea right now.
Yeah. Matea roast, if you will.
Aw.
Yeah.
What CanCon rap rock hit was being played at Mark Carney campaign events?
Buddy.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Guys, get your Down with Webster facts correct.
You gotta
I knew the
on that
band.
one Nardwuar clip. You would learn so many things.
I'll tell you this, Matea. I went to Queen's University, and Down with Webster, huge Queen's University band between the years of 2005, 2009 when I was there. And so as such, this song imprinted, I have a tattoo of all the lyrics. I don't actually. That's not a... Nick, you can give us the answer. Or I could let you guys, I
Time
can
to
say the
Win
answer.
by Down with Webster.
Yeah.
Next question. The last year that Canada had a Conservative Prime Minister was 2015. What reboot/sequel topped the U.S. box office that year?
Oh, wow.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, wow. 2015.
Could I just pick?
Nick, you're killing me.
Do you like dinosaurs?
Giraffe.
Oh.
Jurassic World.
Jurassic World?
Yeah, that was too much of a hint, I think.
I was going to say, like,
it
I
really
didn't
was.
I
I'm
didn't
not
write anything
giving
down.
No,
Yeah.
we don't deserve credit for that.
Yeah.
I wrote Spider-Man. That's not right.
In the upcoming
famously, big dinosaur guy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In the upcoming 27th season, what song is being used, resurrected by South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone? I'll say that again.
Yeah.
In its upcoming 27th season of South Park, what song is being resurrected by creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone?
Is it a Canadian song?
Come on, Elamine.
Do you know this one?
I think
so.
Oh.
If I'm wrong, though, then I.
Why
take it back.
do they know it? I'm
I feel
very
like
upset.
there's
the only thing I know
one
about
answer.
South Park.
Imagine
I was
it's-
gonna say,
Kathy,
Oscar-
do you imagine it's like 4 Strong Winds? Do you think it's 4 Strong Winds? I don't think it's
wish it
4
was
Strong
4
Winds.
Strong
Yeah. What's the song?
Blame Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, blame
One
Canada. Of
South Park
course.
song I know.
I had one job. I truly had one job. I'm so sorry.
They're not even a real country anyway.
A lot of
That
people
cuts
saying
too
that
deep,
these
man.
days.
I wouldn't have played that clip. It's rude. Okay.
What is the stage name taken by Justin Trudeau's musician son?
Oh, yeah. It means, okay.
Nope.
Really? Just me?
I think I just said.
Is it kind of techno music or is it? What
He's
is
like
it?
Drake.
I fear he's a white rapper. He's like Chet Hanks.
What I like is that they fear it. You know what I mean?
The answer is Zav.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah. It's just half the name.
Half the name.
Half the name. These are the other 3 letters, you know?
This CanCon musician changed the lyrics to the Canadian national anthem at a 4 nations match between Canada and the U.S. And then promptly used the new lyrics to sell merchandise.
Did they?
I did not know the second part of that.
Yeah. Girl bossing never ends.
Wait, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's okay.
Chantal Krebiasek.
Yeah.
Okay,
What-
question
what-
number 10 in
Go
the
ahead.
pop culture category. This Grammy-winning singer and rapper has endorsed Jagmeet Singh during a previous election.
Previous election.
Grammy winning. Drake?
No.
No.
Grammy winning rapper
Grammy-winning
who
singer and
endorsed
rapper.
singer and rapper who endorsed Jagmeet Singh in previous elections. There is it? Okay.
I got
The
nothing.
answer
Can I
is
say it's classified?
Post Malone.
Oh, what?
Really?
Why?
It is true.
Do you have a clip?
No.
I demand verification. Okay, all right, got it. I did not do well in that round. Not at all.
Okay, we're dragging a bit here, Joy says, so I'm going to move this along. We're going into the gaffes, controversies, and conspiracies section.
Okay.
All right, give it to me.
Ready.
Very normal section.
What has the viral, gray-haired, bird-flipping Mark Carney supporter been dubbed?
Oh.
Sorry, what?
I was not aware he had a nickname.
He does.
What has the viral, gray-haired, bird-flipping Mark Carney supporter been dubbed online?
I got it.
It's cool. You guys have that. It's
I have
really-
a guess that
You know what
I think we can't maybe air.
You know what I have? I have hobbies and interests. You know, and that's why I don't know the answer to this one. So.
The Brantford Boomer.
Oh.
See, I had the Brantford and then another word that begins with B, but
I just
no.
had boomer.
Okay, continuing on the conspiracies front.
Okay.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has vowed to ban his MPs from attending this global leadership conference
Yeah.
often linked to the Great Reset conspiracy. Name the event.
Oh.
Or I mean,
everyone should get that.
Yeah.
Come on.
Do you want me to name the event and the organization that puts it on? Is that, what do you want?
The World Economic Forum.
Yeah, gotcha.
Where does it take place?
Switzerland. Are we going?
Where in Switzerland?
Where in Switzerland?
Wow. You know what? This is not on the
French,
homework. This
German,
is not...
Italian. What part?
Okay. Connections to this spiritual leader were the source of controversy for Justin Trudeau.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
I like this conspiracy section so far. I'm doing well.
Yeah, James was like, this is what I could own. Yeah.
Great.
The Aga Khan.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course.
What is the name of the Canadian company that manufactures voting machines made infamous by Donald Trump's Stop the Steal movement?
Okay.
Nick, I'm so sorry to just remind you of this, but this is 2025, and that's 2024 trivia, and my brain has emptied that out, man. So
You're going to have to just...
I ain't got it. Okay. All right.
Dominion voting systems.
Yes.
According to this conspiracy, who is Justin Trudeau's real father?
They asked me this on 22 Minutes once.
And you were like,
Fidel
of course.
Castro is the
Fidel Castro.
Fidel Castro.
Yeah.
What type of food did Pierre Poilievre nearly drop during a campaign stop?
Food did Poilievre nearly drop?
I love that Coletto Zerlin was like, oh, yeah, of course. Like that's...
I watched This Hour's 22 Minutes on the weekend.
I got it.
And they played that clip.
Yeah.
The answer is pizza.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I only know the apple
He was
clip.
making the pizza, and it fell off the peel.
Oh, I saw the clip with because he was going to put it on the thing.
Stable.
Yeah, it happens.
You hate to see it.
It's no falling down the stairs clip, I'll say that.
No.
At the height of 51st state tension, Alberta Premier Daniel Smith took part in an onstage interview with which controversial American right-wing content creator?
Yeah, that we got. Just to try to sabotage my fellow panelists, it's Oprah. Oprah is the answer you guys are looking for.
Ben Shapiro is what you're looking for there. Complete this sentence. Pierre Poilievre has steadfastly refused to get his...
Davos pass? Is that the answer?
G-class driver's license.
Security clearance.
Mark Carney was criticized for moving this company's head office from Toronto to the U.S. during his time as board chairman. Name the company.
Yeah, got it.
That's not a conspiracy.
Controversy.
Oh, controversy. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
Brookfield Asset Management.
Can I just...
And gas too, right? That's why we did the pizza.
Brookfield, okay?
Yeah, we'll take Brookfield.
Thank you.
A Toronto area Liberal candidate suggested people turn in a Conservative running in a nearby riding to what government to collect a bounty? Looking for the country.
Well, that's controversial.
That's the right. They are totally right about that.
The answer there is China. Do we have time
Do
for the
you
last five
accept
questions?
Hong Kong?
Do you accept Hong Kong?
Okay.
Thank you.
Last 5 questions. Sports and leisure. In a 5 nations hockey match between Canada and the United States, what happened 3 times during the first 9 seconds?
I don't know because it was a 4-nation hockey cup, Nick. I don't know what the 5-nation hockey cup is.
Oh, I thought I fact-checked this.
No, I don't know what the 5th nation would be.
The answer is fights.
Sorry, I was sassing Nick and I didn't write down fights, but
Too late.
yeah, I don't get the point. It's fine. I accept.
Name a combat sport that Jagmeet Singh practices.
I'm trying to figure out the name, like which one it is.
Krav Maga.
Oh.
I
mean,
see.
Is it it?
I could see him being a
Or
Muay
is it
Thai
jujitsu?
guy.
It's
one of the
them.
two, isn't it?
Nick,
save us.
Help.
I'm gonna put jujitsu.
Jiu-jitsu or MMA?
Oh,
He does both.
Okay.
I don't get Krav Maga. That's 0 points.
Pro-Trump Canadian hockey icon Wayne Gretzky just had his scoring record broken by who?
By Oprah, I believe.
I know this because my husband just covered this.
He did.
Yeah.
Where's Dan? Let's get Dan in on this. How would he
Dan's
do?
looking after my children tonight.
That's fair.
The answer is Alexander Ovechkin, a big Putin guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
What school did Mark Carney play goalie for?
Oh, I know this one.
It's
I
hard.
think it's
It's
two.
Harvard.
I think he played for two.
Aren't there two
Oxford?
answers for that question?
That's the most Aaron Weary
Sorry.
commentaries. Like, hang on
But
a minute.
I said, to be fair, I also said the same thing.
Well, I'll take both, but Harvard is the one that I've got written down here.
Okay.
Because I think he met his wife at Oxford playing hockey, right?
Last question. It's a lot of hockey in this. As a campaign stunt, which team did Mark Carney join for its morning skate?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I've done a lot better at the sports section than I thought I was going to.
Oilers?
The Oilers, yes.
Oh,
okay, and now I got a tiebreaker in the extremely unlikely event that any of you managed to tie.
Wow.
With Mattea?
Let me count.
I don't
1,
know.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Are we counting?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 14.
I have 16.
Are we counting Hong Kong or not?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, each
Okay, then I have 18.
Wow.
You got it.
I have 19.
Whoa!
Jamie, what's your score?
No, not that. Sorry. 1, 2,
Well
4,
done.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Congratulations,
11,
brother.
12, 13, 14, 16.
Okay.
This is
You know what?
good as my year's going to get.
Good performances all around.
It was
That's
solid.
Mattea?
I think that means you have to surrender all your Jeopardy titles to Aaron Weary. That's what that means.
You're the Jeopardy champ now.
Yeah.
You're the
how it works?
CBC Jeopardy champ now.
Yeah, yeah,
I've been
yeah.
tanking, so
Yeah.
there's not much left to take.
No,
from
I don't
it.
mean the money. I just
Not
mean
the
the
money,
title.
just the title?
Yeah, just the title. Yeah, so you can have it.
If you've been playing along at home with us, just drop in the chat how y'all did. Let's see if anybody beat Aaron. Mattea, thank you.
This was so
Yeah.
much fun. Good luck with the rest of the evening, guys.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah,
Good
it was
to see you.
such a pleasure to have you.
You're the best.
Yeah, you are.
Thanks for watching art house movies, so I don't have to.
Yes. We're all going to go
Thank you
check
all
out
for
this
knowing the movies of
15-hour
the 90s.
film, German film. Okay, now we are going to welcome Ashley Fraser. David's going to take a little break. If everyone could just give me 1 second, I'm just going to get reset here.
Do you think?
Okay. Okay. And I think that we're going to bring up Taylor Owen. He's a professor at McGill University, where he runs the Center for Media, Technology, and Democracy and the Media Ecosystem Observatory. And we're going to talk a little bit about the way that this election has played out online and in the media. Hey, Taylor.
Hey, good to see you.
You can hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's great to see you.
Great. I feel like I really just missed something there. I mean, I feel like I'm coming in about half an hour late to the show.
Well, you missed Did you catch the trivia?
I mean, did I ever?
Yeah.
I was jealously listening, watching.
Did you take your own score? Did you get better
I
than
didn't.
19?
I didn't. Was it nerve? Yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
exciting.
Did I say that you are the TikTok producer, Ash?
You know, I am.
Okay.
So, hello.
So that's just helpful information for people to know.
Yes.
All right, Taylor, why don't we start with you?
Sure.
You were on Front Burner the very first day of the election.
We kicked
talked,
it off.
Yeah. And we talked a lot about the Canadian media environment and the ways that it has changed since the last election. And you painted, I would say, a pretty bleak picture, a real lack of trust in mainstream media, platforms operating with little content moderation, the ease of bot campaigns. And I know that you monitored the internet very closely during this election. And how would you characterize what we saw?
Well, it's not going to be a huge surprise, but there's a lot of bad things on the internet and a lot of bad people. The question we sort of ask is, did it matter to the election?
Yeah.
Because there's always a ton of crappy content circulating online, but it only really matters during an election if it's changing people's behavior in a negative way or convincing them things that aren't true or whatever that might be. And look, I think when we talked last, we were really concerned at the beginning about two things in particular. One was the potential for U.S. content and particularly false narratives to come into Canada from big U.S. accounts, including the President of the United States, the owner of X, some big influencers in the U.S. And the fear was that what could happen is very similar to what happened in the German election, when Musk spread a ton of false information during the German election and really drove the discourse online in a pretty pernicious way, frankly. And in the lead up to the election, with Trump starting to talk, like undermining Canada and spreading false information, and there were some ideas about voter fraud or like fraudulent elections already emerging in the U.S., we were really concerned that was going to come into Canada in a big way. And it didn't. So thankfully for the election, it was pretty quiet in the American discourse about the Canadian election. And ironically, it's partly, or probably mostly, because Trump himself stopped talking about America, or stopped talking about Canada in the 51st state narrative. And this whole, like, that just sort of quelled that discourse in the US. And the inverse of that was that I think Canadian politicians were more reluctant to engage in the American media ecosystem than they might have been otherwise. So that's one big thing that didn't happen. The thing that did happen, though, in a pretty significant way was, and we were really concerned about the blocking of news, the combination of the blocking of news on Facebook and Instagram, and the decrease in content moderation that's happened on that platform, combined with the easy use of AI tools and bots. And that ended up being a real problem. So we found a ton of deepfake videos that were circulating on Instagram and Facebook, mimicking the Poilievre and Carney. And they were driving traffic, strangely, to a crypto scam.
Wow.
So they were being built and designed as just a grift, but they trained their AI or their language models on news feeds of Canadian media from the day before. So they would pick up campaign speeches of both Poilievre and Carney and then change the wording to make it sort of sensational to drive people to their crypto scam.
Wow.
And there were a ton of these, and they weren't getting taken down. And we actually did a survey in the middle of the election, and 25% of Canadians had seen one of these things. And so that ended up being a problem. But why it's a problem is kind of interesting, right? It's because Facebook blocked news, so there's a void of news on Meta platforms. Mm-hmm. And this kind of content filled that void. So one good news story, one bad news story, really.
I'm sure you saw all the don't trust the polls stuff that was kind of circulating around. Were there any campaigns that picked up around that?
Yeah. There's a fair amount of it going around, and we're actually still watching it pretty closely to see if it grows after tonight. I mean, that's when it's particularly concerning. It's not necessarily before, but after an election. So I think depending on how the results play out, that could end up being a real issue, because that one's actually not just circulating by random bots and AI accounts, but also by some of the sort of right-wing media in Canada. So Rebel's been covering it as a story. And some of the videos circulating around kind of the use of the false stories about the use of pens and those being fraudulent and vote stealing. There's like a bunch of there's trucks of ballots being stuffed, and there's a bunch of stuff like that circulating, and too big to rig comments around the lineups. So
Jamie, do you want to explain that? Do you want to explain that pen thing? Because I feel like it's like one of the
wildest. I was actually going to see if Ashley wanted to explain it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this sort of pen versus pencil thing goes back to 2019, and there was this concern that if you brought a pen, you wouldn't be allowed to vote in the election, which is not the case. We've fact-checked this. We've made videos about this for TikTok to kind of explain that you can bring in a pencil or a pen. Elections Canada provides pencils because they don't run out. So that's why they choose to use that. But you can bring in whatever you want. And often when you go in to vote, there might already be a pen in the polling station. But, we've seen lots of people in our comments saying, don't forget to bring a pen, don't forget to bring a pen. I did a sort of deep dive into the content creators that have been talking about the election. And some of the biggest content creators that have over 200,000 followers, they're talking about bringing a pen and just kind of pushing this idea that, your vote won't be counted if you use a pencil because it could be erased, which is not true. And we have fact checked that.
Oh, I think we got a clip of that. Yeah. Let's see. I think of the influencers talking about this. Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
Yeah, let's check it out. I haven't seen any of these influencers.
Why are they pencils?
Pencil that's provided by the election candidate.
No, we want pens. Oh yeah. So somebody can change it? I don't think so.
Oh, it's really interesting.
Yeah.
Taylor, on the poll stuff, you mentioned that Rebel has been covering it. So Rebel's like that right-wing outlet. How? How have they been covering it?
Oh, there's just video commentary of them discussing and amplifying these rumors, right?
Right.
I mean, so I'm using covering in a probably overly generous way there. They're talking about it on the internet and spreading it. So like, why is the question, right? And like, why is there an undercurrent of narrative around fraudulent elections? And I don't think we have a good answer to that, but it's a bit worrying.
Speaking of Rebel, so Rebel News actually did end up dominating the post-debate scrums, right? After the French debate, and then that led to tension and shouting matches in the media room the next day at the English debates, which ultimately led to the post-debate scrums for that night being canceled. This is a long story, but essentially they were given access, and several of their reporters were given access to these scrums. And just what did that whole saga say to you about the modern Canadian news media ecosystem?
It's a bit of a mess. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, my God, one thing it definitely shows is at the core of the journalism debate right now is a definition of what's a journalist. And that's the challenge with all the journalism policies the previous government put into place, is that at some point, someone, if you're going to support journalism via a government mechanism, whether it's a labor tax subsidy, labor subsidy, or a bargaining code, like in the case of C18, someone somewhere has to decide who a journalist is. And ironically, the government actually does have a way of doing that. It's called the QCJO, the Canadian Qualified Journalism Organization, that the debate commission could have used, right? They could have just used that categorization, and the Rebel applied for it and didn't get it because they don't actually do journalism. They don't meet the criteria of that designation, but they didn't. Instead, they seem to bow to a threat of a legal suit. I mean, interestingly, the legal system clearly has a different definition for who should be included than just who's a journalist or not. But I think if the commission had just drawn a firm line at the beginning and just said, we're going to use this official status, they would have been fine. But the bigger thing here, right, is our entire ecosystem has collapsed in a sense, and that we've lost these filters of clear definition of what a journalist is and isn't. And you see this on Meta platforms too, right? Like this is the challenge with, you take news out of the journalism ecosystem on Meta, and people still think they're getting their news from it.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the part.
Journalists.
That was the part I was going to ask you about, Taylor, because like that was the thing that stuck out for me from the conversation that you and Jamie had on the very first day of the election, and that ended up being like a really prescient conversation, which is to say that in the absence of credible news organizations on social media, specifically on Meta properties, there's this gigantic gap. But that the thing that you just said is the thing that's most alarming, which is to say that if you still ask people, they still say they're seeing news. They still say that the thing that they're receiving on their feed looks and feels like the news, even though and you guys were so far ahead of it that like the New York Times and the Financial Times just ended up doing the piece on it, a couple of days ago, which is to say that like they covered
using our research, I should say.
Exactly right. So
yeah.
they covered, and what they ended up covering is like who's filling that gap. Organizations are filling the gap. Really, they pointed out Canada Proud is like the one that's like filling out the largest amount of that gap. But like, what does that tell you? The idea that the people don't have access to credible news organizations on their feed. They still feel they're like, you know what? I open my Facebook, I still see the news. Like there's a not a complacency, but there's like a comfort level with like the thing that they're seeing.
A feeling
as
that they're
news.
getting information.
Yeah.
But this might be and I don't want to interrupt you, Taylor, but this might be a good segue for Ash to talk about influencers.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the thing is we've seen all these studies, and I think, Taylor, you could talk to this as well, but like TikTok is being used for news. Like people go and use TikTok to search for news. Like the search bar is like you can type in anything and it will come up with the thing that you're looking for. And more people are using that, not just young people. It's so far from like the dancing
But what do they find? Like when they search?
So when they're on there, you know, we looked at a bunch of data of these accounts that are talking about the Canadian election, and Taylor, from your team that you gave us that data. And, you know, news organizations are actually at the top of that. So CTV, CBC, like we have like a higher amount of followers.
They're findable, they're searchable.
Yeah. Okay. They're easy to find. But then right underneath that, like, you know, within the top 10, you see these content creators who are Canadian, who are talking about the election, and they've always kind of spoken about politics. And then there's also a few content creators in there that, you know, they weren't talking about politics before. One of the content creators I spoke to, her name's Shameless L. She has over 1 million followers, and she just started talking about the election.
Huh.
What did she used to talk about before? Like
she was like, she's more of a comedian. She's like, it does more like lifestyle content. But this is the first time she's ever voted in the federal election. And she basically said she saw what was happening with Trump. She didn't agree with it. And she just felt like she couldn't make the content she used to be able to make. So she started talking about the election. And she says, you know, I show my sources. I explain like where these things come from. But she also explains that she's just like a regular person. Like this is the first time she's voting and she's learning this for herself for the first time. But people like resonate with that, right? Like they want
a million. I mean, that's an incredible reach.
Incredible reach, right? Like, you know, it took us a couple of years to get 1 million. So
also, like, I admire the transparency of saying like, hey, I'm new to this and I'm learning along with you, because I do think like that is actually a part of a healthy functioning democracy. Is people saying like, I am figuring this out. Not everyone's Aaron Weary, you know, and has been doing this since 2002, I believe. So like, there's something to be said about like how long you've been doing it. Also, like how familiar you are with the content and how transparent you are. But if you're not necessarily that transparent, like how are those people? How would they otherwise frame it?
Right. So there is also content creators who talk about a lot of the misinformation we've talked about tonight, and sort of regurgitating these ideas about pencils. Also, like Carney's assets and everything. Like I've noticed the same themes over and over again. They'll talk about those same comments, and some of those people have 250,000 followers, right? But what you see on TikTok, and I think it's slightly different from YouTube, there is so much more conversation back and forth with people stitching those videos, saying, I do not agree with this, or this is wrong, like calling out the misinformation. I think there's just a bit more back and forth there, which you don't see as much on YouTube and as much on X as well. But that being said, like, you know, a lot of people contact us and say, like, have you seen these videos, right? And so they obviously are making a difference. All the content creators I spoke to said, you know, they've helped people vote in the election. Like they are getting comments from people saying, I wasn't going to vote and now I am. So we don't really know what the influence fully is going to be in this election, but it's definitely significant.
It's really interesting. Yeah. Ash, thank you for this. Yeah. And Taylor, thank you so much for stopping by. It's always great to see you.
You too.
Thanks, guys.
Good to see you, pal.
Bye.
Okay, David is coming back in.
David Coletto, come
Here
back in,
we go.
pal.
Welcome back.
He's dancing back into the studio, actually. That's what's happening here.
I'm not dancing.
So it is 9:15. At 9:30, polls in Eastern Canada and Central Canada will close. So in 15 minutes. Where are we right now? Who wants to take that?
I'll go first. I think we are where we kind of expected things to be. I think the Conservative vote's a little higher than the polls suggested, but again, I don't know if advanced polls have been counted or fully counted. But for the most part, I don't think things are happening. That's my view, that are outside of what we expected.
You do believe the polls, is what you're saying.
Well, I believe. I should have brought that pen. I was thinking about I believe. But yeah, no, I think, Jamie, everything is as we expected. The Liberals are doing very well. Conservative vote holding up. NDP vote dropping a lot right across Atlantic Canada.
Liberal 23, I see on the screen. Conservatives 10. Does the NDP have a seat right now? Okay.
No.
Aaron?
Yeah, so of that 23, 22 is in Atlantic Canada. the Liberals, as I said earlier, won 24 in Atlantic Canada in 2021, so they're 2 off. They lost 2 in Newfoundland, and they're sort of going back and forth in a couple places in Nova Scotia. I mean, it's not. Again, you don't want to overread early numbers, and it's 4 provinces, and you've got a bunch more to go. I think if the Liberals were, if the Liberals were on pace to win more than 200 seats, then maybe you'd expect them to be a couple seats higher here. But as it stands, they're looking okay. I mean, I think the other thing to remember here is they were, to go back a few months, they were supposedly dead in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah.
I mean, you go back and really where the wheels started to fall off for Justin Trudeau was when he put the carve out for the carbon tax in. And that was entirely aimed at Atlantic Canada because they were doing so badly there. And so to a certain extent, it kind of depends on where you're measuring it from. If you're measuring it from where Justin Trudeau was, 22 seats is a heck of an
it's a
accomplishment.
stunning return.
If you were hoping, if the Liberals were hoping to win 200 seats tonight, then maybe they're not super thrilled with this number.
I mean, one riding I'm watching carefully is Central Nova. That's Sean Fraser, the former immigration minister, former housing minister. He announced he was leaving to spend time with his family. He decided to run again.
Yeah. I just want to say, as someone with a young family, I understand.
You relate? I want to spend time with my family. On second thought.
Yeah, there are a lot of work. There are a lot of work.
Those nights in Ottawa, not so bad.
Yeah, no offense, Sean. I'm sure
Anyways,
your family's
he's trailing
lovely. I'm sure
by
my
300
family's
votes, with just under half counted, or quite so. Still lots of votes to be counted, but that's one to watch.
Yep. Okay, so we'll come back to that. We're going to come back to that. In the meantime, while we're still watching, we're going to bring in Nala Ayed. Alameen, you want to come pop with me?
I sure do.
Hi, Nala.
Hi. This is for you, pal.
Hey, well, thank you.
Of course.
It's so good to have you.
That's a big
So Nala is the host of Ideas at the CBC. And regardless of how things pan out tonight, there's been a lot of division and tension in our political discourse. And Nala, I know it's very obvious online, but sometimes you can feel it in your community or even with your families and friends. And it can start to erode our sense of civic duty and ultimately our democracy. As the election campaign started, Nala and the team at Ideas, which is also a podcast, a great podcast, set out to talk to people across the country about what they think needs to happen to ensure the long-term health of our democracy. This was such an interesting series that we really wanted to bring you on and talk to you about it tonight.
Thank you.
And then this was in collaboration with the Samara Center for Democracy, right? Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. So examining democracy here in Canada at a time when that idea is under siege is what you did. And if you could talk to me about we all know that democracy can feel high-minded or disconnected from the lives of average people. But when you looked at it from a more local perspective in cities like Edmonton, Carleton, Burlington, what did you find?
I think the easiest way to answer that question is to say, Jamie, that people are really worried about the state of democracy. High-minded or not, it is something people are thinking about. And not just the bigger picture of like this democratic backsliding that's happening around the world and certainly south of the border, but they are talking about examples here in Canada. So they talk about, they're worried about politicians who don't represent them. They worry about misinformation, disinformation. They're incredibly concerned about polarization. We heard that absolutely everywhere we went, and the polls really speak to that. And housing, housing is an issue they're concerned about, but I would also say that in every location we heard people talk about how how we elect people, the system itself, the electoral reform we were promised and that we never got, that comes up all the time.
Really?
Yeah, young people telling us they wish the voting age would be lowered, people saying that maybe we should vote differently to really reflect the will of Canadians. We heard bits and bobs of that in every stop we made. So people were really eager to talk in every place we went, which is not surprising given the moment that we're in. Very expressive, lots of ideas, and appreciative of the opportunity to have a chance to talk about how to have a better Canada.
David, does that track with polling you've done? That kind of...
I think it does.
I think the people care about stuff like electoral reform.
Well, I don't know if they will go deep into the specifics, but they do sense that, the system doesn't seem to reflect what their priorities are. Even during this campaign, we did some polling, and people said, I didn't hear enough about the issues I cared about, and I don't know if the system is responsive to me. And so that will translate, I think, into support for electoral reform when it gets prompted to them. But in their heart, they feel like, a lot of the things we deal with in our day-to-day lives are way more responsive to our needs than our government often is. And that shocks people. Like, my bank might be more responsive. My grocery store, right, puts things up when I need them. But why is my government not listening?
See, like, the thing that surprises me about that is that we had the example of 2020, right? The example of 2020 being a moment where the country shut down, and within a few weeks, the government mobilizes to go from, we don't know what we're going to do, to actually we can get $2,000 into the banks of Canadians within about a month or so. And to me, that suggests that you can ask for more from your government. You can ask for more of your democracy. And you would think that would sort of like awaken some kind of understanding, some kind of like a different level of engagement. It didn't really bear out in the 2021 election. Right. Do you see it happening with this election? Like, in terms of like the conversations that people are having, is it a matter of saying, I'm more engaged in the conversations that government wants to have, at least in this election?
Well, I think we can all agree that this is a moment that we're in right now, and certainly galvanized by what's happening in the United States. And I think people, I got the sense, listen, I'll tell you what I experienced, because I can't speak to the entire country, but, we reached out to all kinds of groups, to organizations, to young people, all kinds of, and people were really eager to talk. And there seemed to be a real interest in engaging not just the panelists, but each other. Like, people wanted to have a conversation. And I have not experienced that before. So I get the sense that people want more engagement. They want to be asked the question. They want to suggest their ideas, which is exactly what we were trying to do in this series.
And get around the polarization, right?
Exactly.
Any examples?
Oh, God. I mean, we had the idea that we discussed during the polarization conversation is that it really is caused by stereotyping, people putting each other into tribes and refusing to find common ground that brings them together to be able to have a conversation. And so that divide is across class, across race, and across, of course, political belief. And we had a couple of organizations that were trying to build bridges across those divides. So one was doing something called deep canvassing. I'm sure you guys have heard of this, where they literally go door to door and knock and talk to people about really divisive, difficult issues, and try to and talk for a long time, like not for 5 minutes, but like for an hour, and try to find common ground, not to change their mind, but to try to shift the needle on at least the ability to talk to someone who is diametrically opposed to what you think, right? So that's one. And the second one was a wonderful example from the Bent Arrow Indigenous Healing Center, which reaches out to newcomer organizations. They literally went to the airport to welcome Syrian refugees when they were arriving here in this country, to show that they have more in common than not. And so they invited them to powwows, explaining the regalia and the drums and the traditions, to try to show that actually, if we work together to dispel some of those stereotypes that lead to polarization, that perhaps, you can get rid of some of those harmful ideas that prevent us all from talking to each other.
I love hearing these stories.
Yeah,
I love hearing those stories too about deep canvassing. I mean, they're so cool, the people that go out and do that.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask you about one moment that I've been thinking about. So it was at this event in Nanaimo, BC. You were talking about how the housing crisis can shatter people's trust in democracy, which is a really interesting angle to look at it from.
Yeah.
And the mayor was there, Mayor Leonard Krog. Yep. And in addressing people's frustration on the issue, he said, don't blame the politicians, you elect them. And that some of the problems will solve themselves, talking about real estate-based wealth transfers. And then this woman gets up in the audience and her voice is shaking, and she talked about her son who suffered from addiction and finally got housing. And she was furious that the city spends more on bike lanes and police than warming shelters. His response was basically about which level of government is responsible for what. And it seems to me that you ran smack into kind of the obstacles preventing solutions, right, to the housing crisis, and people sort of talking past each other in this country, right?
It's such a good way to put it, because that is, I mean, as I'm sure you've heard this in the conversations, but a large feature of this housing conversation that we're all having is exactly that there are 3 different levels of government, and every one of them has a tiny part of the housing piece. And it appears that every time we have a conversation about this, that one level of government is blaming the other 2 and that kind of thing. So that was a stark illustration of that. And the second was, and more importantly, perhaps more consequentially, is that this was a stark illustration of this tension that exists between generations over this issue. I don't have to explain this to people. We're all hearing this every day in our communities. And we heard in the episode, which is a green and will be online forever, hopefully, there's a lot of emotion in that room from young people. We heard them on tape. We heard them in person, talking about how they feel no one is listening or empathetic to their thinking. So this moment really quite illustrated that. Yeah.
I'm really struck by that. Really struck by the idea that because it's a recurring conversation in politics, in Canadian politics, in American politics also. This sort of finger wagging that happens, right? Like this idea of like older generations being like, young people, that is not the way. That is not the way that you end up making change. Yeah. And the idea is like to say, I get that you want to protest on campus, but that is this is not how you do it. Don't confront your racist uncle at the dinner table. To basically kind of pull back. Yeah. In many ways, I think like the future of democracy ends up resting in the hands of those young people. They're the ones who have to have a future conversation. How do you advertise the democratic idea to young people that they feel like, I kind of feel disenfranchised by this democratic process. I don't feel like I have a place in it because they're being told over and over, you're not a part of this conversation.
Right. It's such a great question, Elamine. And sometimes this is all my opinion, really. Sometimes I think we overthink this stuff. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I'll tell you what I experienced. We reached out, as I mentioned, to campus groups, to just ordinary, students on campuses, and we had an incredible reaction. I mean, they were excited. We had people come from different campuses. They showed up, they listened, they stood up and asked questions. They came to us afterwards and thanked us for including them. I think sometimes we overthink this stuff. And one thing I wanted to say anecdotally is that some of the public libraries we dealt with, and they were all held at public libraries, these conversations we had, said that they found incredible engagement with young people if they held events online and let people know, like you're doing, tonight.
You got to meet people where they are.
You got to meet people where they are, and they had incredible engagement, questions, interventions, and follow up. And so, but also one last thing I'll say about that is that one of the groups that we engaged was the UPEI, Political Students Association, who took it upon themselves to revive their own group and to start inviting politicians over to them to talk to them about their needs and demands and stuff. So it's kind of a two-way street. And youth have to also, take ownership and step up and be part of the conversation as well.
But if they have to take ownership, they also have to accept certain terms being set for them. Right. And by that I mean like this demand of civility, right? Which is like the thing that you keep hearing over and over again. This year's Massey Lectures, Ian Williams, the Canadian author, he sort of went across the country and delivered the Massey Lecture, which was kind of about how to have a conversation again. Barack Obama also tried to sort of say, hey, we're not having these civil conversations. Yeah. Does that strike you as something that is like tone policing in terms of saying, hey, if you're going to step up to the conversation, you better be polite about the things that you're very passionate about. Yeah. And does that facilitate engagement?
Change, or even change, right?
Yeah. Again, another great question. We actually did a conversation about civility last year, and one thing that came up, which I thought was really interesting, is that sometimes demands for civility are actually kind of a disguise for people who want to maintain the status quo, and to kind of preserve a power balance that pre-exists, the conversation. And so we have to, but I also think it's important to point out that civility does not mean agreeing all the time. It just means we have to be able to talk about our differences while maintaining, again, back to the idea of common ground. And so, I think it's important. I think we should have more civility in our political conversations. Many moons ago, I worked in Ottawa, and I remember a very different conversation across the aisle between the politicians. I don't see that today. I don't see, this is how I see it. There are 3 ways you can engage with people you disagree with. You can sit in your separate silos and scream at each other. You can sit in your separate silos and talk amongst people who agree with you. Or you can build bridges across the silos. And we don't have enough politicians, in my humble opinion, that model that third way. And it would be nice to see more of that.
No, I think there's a fantasy that like some of these lack of civility conversations, really high tension conversations don't happen here, and we've sort of maintained that fantasy for a long time. Yeah. But also, you as a journalist, like I feel like you've had this generally expansive front row to history in a lot of different ways. Born and raised in Canada, but you yourself, you're a Palestinian. You lived for a time in a refugee camp in Jordan, a Palestinian refugee camp in Jordan. And now, covering wars, coups, all of these tensions across the globe. And then you come here in this moment, and we are in this really highly inflamed kind of atmosphere. Did you ever think we'd get this inflamed here?
Listen, my general experience, I would say, is that for the longest time, I would come back once a year to Canada, and I would think, this is the honest truth, I would think, God, we really take this place for granted. We take the democracy for granted. We take the civility as such as it is for granted. And there was a part of me that always believed that somehow we were going to have a rude awakening. At some stage that we were going to have a rude awakening. And there's one thing I'll tell you is that history, the arc of history bends, in my opinion, in one way, and that is towards change. And so things never, ever stay the same. So I knew eventually at some stage there would be some change. I'd never imagined for a minute that the challenge would come from down south. But I knew something like that would happen. And here we are, right? Yep. This is the situation. And so I've been to places where people, would brave car bombs and shootings and killings to go get that little bit of ink on their finger to say, I voted. And so, here we are with the agency to choose the people who are going to tell us how we're going to get across this crisis. So what else are you going to do? Once you vote, is that it? And so when I look at my experiences abroad and think about that and think about the things people were willing to do to gain even a tiny bit of the freedom that we have here, I think this is a question for us. What are we going to do beyond voting? That's a question for everyone, I think.
It becomes also a question, I think, of stakes in a way. Like Aaron, I feel like you've spent a long time trying to get people to care about relatively wonkish issues. Which, and I say this as a compliment, but like, okay. Because the thing that Nell was just pointing out is like, if you are really concerned about housing, then you got to go to the right level of government. You're like, let's have a national conversation about the division of responsibility, but that's a little bit of a hard thing to do. I was told that the 2015 election would be the last election we'd have under the first past the post system. Clearly, at this point, it isn't. Nala, when you think about doing all these town halls, what are the ways that you think all of these concerns about democracy or this desire to sort of protect democracy, how does that manifest in the lives of Canadians?
Well, I think currently it means they're engaging more, but I'll tell you I'm sure you all have heard this too, from my own group of friends, there are people who are still like, politics, I want nothing to do with it, and they disengage, and they find the whole process toxic and difficult and polarized. But what I want to relate here in this moment is actually the words of Cheryl Whiskey Jack, who is the head of the Bent Arrow Healing Center in Edmonton. And she looked at the crowd, we were talking about polarization, and she said, you are the government. You are the government. And so I think she's speaking to all Canadians. Ultimately, if you don't engage, if you don't decide who the government is, you don't have a say. And so that it's up to all of us.
Nella, this is great. It was such a pleasure to have you.
I always love talking to you.
Thanks
for having me here.
You too.
Thank
you.
Great to be here. Thank you all.
It's such a pleasure. We'll put you back in Nola's seat.
Okay. I'm going back.
All right. Good luck with the rest of the night.
Chairs.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Although
you.
you can just saddle up here if you want. Results are now coming in more from across the country. Things are going to move a lot faster now, right, guys? So they're coming in from Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, much of the north. Does anyone want to say anything about what you're seeing right now, or do you want me to come back to you in a couple of minutes once you've had a chance to do that?
It's still, the numbers there's 32 seats out east, so you're not seeing that many more added to the list yet. It's still very early.
Yeah.
I think you are starting, I was trading texts with someone, and their hunch on some of the numbers you're seeing out east is that the advanced ballots haven't come in yet.
Oh.
So even some of the, if you look at Central Nova,
like when people voted last week, they haven't come in yet.
Well, I shouldn't say come in. They haven't been counted yet.
Got it. Yeah. Okay.
So you may still see some of the Atlantic Canadian ridings move, but what I think I think what to watch for now is if the Liberals are on track for a majority, you're going to see it now, right? You're going to see Quebec come in and Ontario, and if they're going to be on track for a majority, they'll put up big numbers.
So as soon as you guys start to see that, if we're talking about something else, just chime in. And just for people watching at home, it might be helpful information to know that generally, and I'm not saying that this is exactly how tonight will go, but generally an election call comes in sometime between 9:30 to 11. It's possible that there's a split
big window.
Yeah. Just maybe you just want to stick around
and there
for
could
the
be
next
more than one call. So you might
it could be a split call.
A party will form government because it will win more seats, but is it a majority? Is it minority? Those kinds of things.
Yeah,
that could be two.
So that is generally what we might be expecting to do in the next 2 hours, right? Hour and a half. But right now we're going to bring up Alex. Are we going to bring Matt in? No, we're going to bring Alex Panetta in. I don't. If you are a regular watcher or listener of Front Burner, you know Alex. He is the Washington correspondent in the U.S. Hey, Alex.
How's it going, Jamie? So fun to be working together and actually seeing each other for a change.
I know. It's usually we're in some dark studio. It's great to see you. Okay. This election, more than any other in recent memory, has a lot to do with what's going on with the current administration. So that's why you are here. How are people in Washington talking about our election? That is, are they even talking about it at all?
Well, it's good to keep in mind that there's a lot going on down here, right? People are talking about a lot of things, constitutional crises, the economy. But yeah, this has come up a little bit. I mean, it's something that comes up as a partisan talking point. And what you see is a lot of people, this awareness dawning on the left here that, hey, did Donald Trump just get a liberal government potentially resurrected from the dead, like the biblical Ezekiel breathing life into dead bones? And you have some people on the right who wish Donald Trump would conduct foreign affairs a little differently, also pointing it out, trying to get his attention.
Yes.
Saying, and we know he's intimately aware of the effect he's had on Canadian politics. And the proof of that is an interview he gave to The Atlantic this very week. It was just published today, ironically, on Election Day in Canada, where the editor of The Atlantic, Jeff Goldberg, asks him, you are aware that if Canada became a state, that it would be a liberal or a democratic state, and it would not be good for your party. And he goes on and says, you know what? I came along, and I remember the Conservatives were leading by 25 points, right? And that's how the conversation starts, right?
Yeah.
He's aware of it, and I will give him credit because he was within the margin of error. The CBC's poll tracker had the Conservative Party of Canada up 24 points on January 6th. He's off by 1 point. All right. So and then Ashley Parker actually is having this conversation too. She said, yeah, it's true. And he continues. He says, then I was disliked by enough of the Canadians that I've thrown the election into a close call. Right. Like he's totally aware of this. Right. Well, now, what I find fascinating is he doesn't seem to care all that much, right? For a variety of reasons we might be able to speculate on. Some might be personal and petty. He may not believe that Pierre Poilievre gave him his proper due, doesn't like hearing Conservatives criticize him. It might also be strategic. I was talking to somebody from the American Enterprise Institute here. It's like more of the Bush type Republican think tank here in Washington. Saying, I hope, and he's not betting the farm on this, but I hope that maybe he sees a potential for a Nixon to China situation with Mark Carney, right? Where making a deal with a liberal prime minister in Canada is a little easier because Canadians won't be second guessing every single thing Carney does with the United States the way they might with a conservative. Now, who knows what's in Trump's head right now?
Oh man, that's a real 3D chess move. It's not.
Yeah, so we don't know why he's saying this, but we know, his tweet today. He intervened again today.
Well, what did you make of the post today, which was a bit of an evolution in that he now seems to be wanting Canadians to vote for him? It was a little, unclear exactly what he was trying to say in that post.
Yeah, going back to my earlier point, it's obvious, and if it weren't obvious before today, today really truly underscored it, and he does not care. if he influences the Canadian election to the detriment of a party that might be more ideologically attuned with his. I know that was quite a remarkable tweet. I joked about it myself on Twitter, saying that this one goes up in some sort of political museum. It's unbelievable that he did this on an election day. But really, given what he said to The Atlantic, given also he professed to be aware of this dynamic in an interview he gave to The Spectator a few weeks ago as well, actually back in February. So he definitely knows the effect he's having. And like I said, doesn't seem to be particularly flustered by it.
Alex, regardless of who wins tonight, what are the next substantive steps with the U.S.? Like how these negotiations are supposed to happen after the election? What can we expect?
Yeah. So I have a general sense of what the United States would be asking for if this were a normal trade negotiation. Matter of fact, the Americans are actually quite transparent when it comes to their trade objectives. They publish an annual list of their it's basically their grievance list with every single country. They have public consultations. But this may not be a normal trade negotiation. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to say it almost certainly won't be a normal trade negotiation.
Yeah.
So there's this whole gamut of possibilities. I wrote this piece a couple weeks ago saying that, there are three potential outcomes for Canada here. Do we get to the good place with the United States, which is sort of the Doug Ford scenario, a fortress Can-Am, where we have preferential access to the U.S. market. There's some harsh feelings about what's gone on the last few months, but over time they slowly dissipate. And we may end up in the long run in a better position than we are today. That's scenario A. Scenario B is kind of the purgatory that we're in now. The tariffs are there. They're not horrible. Canada doesn't have the tariffs that certain other countries had gotten. And we end up with some sort of resurrected or revived USMCA or CUSMA. But, there's always this threat of tariffs looming in the horizon. And it's, this, like I said, this current purgatory. And then there's the bad place, which is where Trump starts to talk about
that wasn't the
Canada.
bad place.
Look, Alex, we're already in the bad place, man. What do you mean that's the... And then there's the bad place. Like, what is next after that?
I'm the frog in boiling water here. Like, my definition of bad has changed. But it could be a whole lot worse. Like threats to our sovereignty that are acted upon, right? And whether it's, I'm not even talking militarily. I'm talking through economic coercion. Essentially, Trump putting into effect his desire to make Canada a state of the United States, but actually putting some elbow grease into the effort. Because up to now, there's no indication he actually is willing to work, and expend 2 calories worth of energy to make it happen.
Yep.
If he starts to actually try to make it happen, that'll be a terrible place to be. So, those are the three scenarios. And how we get there, I'll just give you an example of why it's totally unclear about what these negotiations will look like. Generally, in renegotiating a trade agreement, the United States has this really long process. It's a 180-day review, a public consultation, and 90 days with the Congress. So basically, it's 170 days. So basically over a year before they can even start negotiating, right? That would be like horrible, right? It would take a year and a half for us to even sit down to talk about renewing CUSMA. And that's why I think there's going to be some improvisation here. And does he agree to remove some tariffs while the negotiations are happening? Or does he speed up the negotiations? I think we're likelier to see one of those two scenarios.
Okay.
But it's going to be complicated by the fact that the United States is dealing with like 70 countries right now. Everyone wants to cut a deal right now. And I assume Canada would get a preferential spot in line, given how much trade we have with the U.S. But they're busy as heck. The United States trade representative, up until a few days ago, was like the acting White House ethics attorney as well. He had another role in the White House. I forgot, some acting counsel. He had like 3 roles. And he was negotiating with 70 countries. So I don't know how the United States is going to do this anytime soon.
Okay. Alex, honestly, that's a sobering thought. The thought that you just said, the idea that he hasn't really put in any elbow grease, aka he hasn't executed a policy program that is meant to be about actually executing the pressure. This is all of this disarray has just been from the talking about it.
Yeah.
Let alone sort of
some tweets. Yeah.
A few tweets of just talking about it, and it's kind of thrown controlled so much of our election. Yeah.
Alex, don't go anywhere, and just save any questions you have. We're just going to bring Matt back in.
Matt Umha. Come back in, pal.
Do you want to come with me? Come with me, so that Elamine doesn't have to keep... Okay.
I don't mind getting up. This is our preeminent
Alex,
East African.
Is Alex still here?
I'm here.
Okay, cool. Hey, bud.
Hello. Okay.
Okay, he's got questions.
Yes, I do indeed.
The mic.
So I think we should start here. I'm not sure this was necessarily even asked in good faith, but I think it's an interesting thing, and I think we should take it seriously.
Okay.
James H. on TikTok has asked, Trump is not in our election. Why do we continue to bring him up?
Oh, wow. I mean, he's the thing that looms over the election. Alex, do you want to take that question? Because I feel like we have a deeper understanding in our politics of just like how much he can change the weather in this country just through a tweet.
Two reasons. Why was Ronald Reagan a major issue in the 1988 Canadian election? Because the most important issue at the time was the impending negotiation or ratification of the original Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. The biggest issue right now that the Canadian government is going to face is not only that negotiation with the United States, but other issues connected to the U.S., which is the role of NATO and Canada's military spending. He looms large in this election, and that's one reason. The second reason is just look at what's happened the last couple of months. January 6th, again, to go back, was the nadir of the Liberal Party's support. They were down 25 or 24 points that day, and that happens to be the day that two things happened. Justin Trudeau resigned or announced his resignation. And the next day, Donald Trump gives that remarkable press conference at Mar-a-Lago where he says, I could use economic force to annex Canada. And then the Liberals suddenly, within a couple of weeks, are 15 points back, then 10 points back, then 5 points back. And then before you know it, it's like this a pair of garden shears that just sort of slowly close and then crack in the other direction. And it happened over a month. And it started with Donald Trump. So I think he's obviously an inevitable part of this campaign.
Yeah. We have another here from Yulva Caroline on YouTube who is wanting to know whether or not it's even worth trying to salvage trade relations with the U.S. when the EU is so much more of a cooperative partner. They want to know, what's the argument for not decoupling from the United States altogether?
So let's say you live next to an extremely rich guy, all right, the richest person in the entire world, who buys a lot of stuff from you, and he's annoying you lately, and he's setting all sorts of conditions you think are unreasonable. He's insulting you, but you still sell 75% of everything you sell into the world still goes to that extremely wealthy next door neighbor. I think it's worth preserving that relationship, any way you slice it. And is it worth trying to find additional alliances in the neighborhood? Is it worth trying to venture out and see if you can peddle your wares elsewhere in the neighborhood? Absolutely. But it doesn't mean you intentionally say, I'm done with you. That would be an economically foolish thing to do. And more than that, I think it would be impractical, just even from a national security standpoint, too. You'd rather have the United States defending you in a national security standoff with some hostile foreign actor than fighting with you, if you can preserve that.
I guess we can just kind of, Matthew Bro's question kind of links with the analogy that you've just given, but with that rich neighbor, without trade with the United States, could Canada survive economically?
Oh, survive, sure. I mean, absolutely, we'd survive. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but what percentage of trade with the U.S., represents as a fraction of Canada's GDP?
Oh.
It's high.
It's large.
It's like 70 is a lot. It's like 77% of our trade is with the U.S. And I don't know the
percent of our GDP. I don't have that in front of me. I know it's high, but basically, you lose a few percentage points of that. You'd suffer under the weight of tariffs, but trade wouldn't disappear, right? So you're still selling oil. You're still selling minerals. You're still selling some lumber, maybe less. You're still selling car parts right now, even though there's like a threat looming over the auto industry. So that all of that is happening, and it may happen less, but it doesn't mean it's going to disappear. And I think it's incumbent on Canada to sort of pick up the slack on two fronts: domestically in interprovincial trade, try to make that easier, and then to try to find additional customers elsewhere in the world. But you're not going to suddenly grind to a halt as a nation because the United States is buying less from you.
This is one that we've seen some version of actually a few times in the comments there. But Mackenzie Brothers on YouTube wants to know, given that refusing to sell the U.S. oil and electricity at a significant discount would bring, as Mackenzie says, Donald Trump crawling to the negotiation table in a week or two, why is that not a more substantive part of the Canadian playbook?
That's an excellent question. So I thought for a while that Canadian politicians were best served by leaving that threat on the table, like not actually doing it. Because if Canada actually cut off the U.S. oil supply, I think it would be catastrophic, and there would be consequences for decades, and they might be extremely ugly. And I'm willing to get into that for a sec. But basically, the Saudi Arabia wielded the oil sword in the 1970s, and they still talk about it in Washington, right? And it would be. I mean, Trump himself said that. I think he or other people in his administration talked about it as almost a national security threat when Doug Ford talked about cutting off electricity, right? This would be a severe escalatory action. And I don't even want to guess how the Americans would respond to that. And there would be consequences for the long term. You'd start to potentially see oil refineries that are designed to handle Canadian heavy crude start to talk about retrofitting to handle sweet light American crude. The repercussions would be huge. But I do think in a negotiation, it might have been helpful to sort of leave it on the table, to say we're not ruling it out. We're not ruling anything out right now. Whereas Danielle Smith and some other politicians in Canada were willing to sort of take that gun off the table right away. I would have left the gun on the table. I would just never have used it. It would have been a bluff.
We've seen, I mean, this is another one we've seen a couple versions of. I think, Coletta, you might be best served to answer this actually, but there's a lot of questions about polling. And, polling has been a huge topic of discussion in the U.S. Obviously, Donald Trump has a really, questionable, skeptical relationship maybe with the notion of polling. Polling is a precarious endeavor, predicting the kind of future in some ways. How would you say the kind of tradition of polling in Canada is different than it is in the U.S.? Or, is it at all?
I think it's...
You've got Dave... Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me. I was like, you should be asking Dave. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to know Alex's view from Washington. But, I think what's different, one, is we have not had, at the federal level anyways, an election in which the polls signaled one outcome and that outcome didn't happen, right? We've had provincial elections, and there's been a few that I've been involved with where those moments happened. And I think I still get asked about the 2016 presidential election as that moment where conventional wisdom... I'm pretty sure
I've asked you about it.
Yeah, conventional wisdom was that Hillary Clinton was going to win that election, in part because I think there was a bias embedded in a lot of the people watching, that, particularly in Canada, that Donald Trump cannot win, right? Not just because he can't win, but he cannot win in the sense of that's unbelievable. But I think that one of the things that I if anything keeps me up at night related to my profession, it is that it is harder and harder to get a hold of people. And so I'm always wondering, are we talking to the so-called representative sample? Are there people who answer my surveys different from the people who don't? And if they are, that becomes a real problem for what we try to do. And that's one of the themes that have come out in this election, is that if the Conservatives do better tonight than the polls suggested, is it because there are conservative-oriented voters who will never answer a survey of mine?
But can I just say, David, to your point about the 2016 election, there's also this conventional wisdom that the polls were so wrong, right? The idea that the polls got it so wrong with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, when in fact the polls were off by 2 points?
And they were actually more accurate in 2016 than they were in the previous election, which Barack Obama got reelected. But because people expected him to win, and he won, people don't reflect it. But because it was so close, and all you needed was, half a percentage point in a handful of states to move in a way, which they all did in that direction, the perception was that these were
the polls.
wrong.
I think the polls had called Hillary winning by 1 point, Trump ended up winning by one? By 1.5. So we're talking about within the margin of error.
And I
of
teach
polls.
a class at Carleton in polling, and I basically tell my students, the things we are using are not meant to be perfect, right? There's error built into them. These are tools we use to try to, and they are not designed for an election that is 50-50. Because if you're going to rely on it to give you insight, you're going to be disappointed. But I still am amazed at our ability to talk to 1,000 Canadians or 1,000 Americans and be within a few points of what people are going to do a week, a few days after we ask them. So that's my optimistic, we can still kind of do this. But there are going to be moments where last minute things happen that change people's minds, or we do miss it. And I think pollsters have a responsibility to be fallible, to recognize that we are not perfect and that my poll is the only one that matters. I hope I never sound like somebody who only says Abacus polls are good, because there's lots of others and we've been wrong before.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Great.
Great. Thank you. You're going to come back?
Definitely, I will. I'll be back here in about an hour. Or actually, I'll be back in shorter than that.
Short? Okay, perfect. Alex, thank you.
Yeah.
It's such a pleasure. Okay, we'll see you soon,
I'm
okay?
Go watch the CBC now. Yeah.
Please
Thanks.
do. I will say, when you go watch the results show, I'm a bit shocked. I'm going to put this to Aaron, but like the number that the NDP has in elected and leading is 1. It is almost 10 p.m. and that number is currently sitting at 1. And if you zoom in at the election, at like which riding that is, it is 1 riding in Alberta, and they're not leading by that much, and it seems to be quite early.
And they will not win that seat.
This is what I'm saying. So like the polls that had the NDP at lower than 10. Currently, so far, they're at 4.4% in terms of the share of the vote. If we're talking about like the idea of one of the stories of the night being an NDP collapse,
it's bearing out at the moment.
At the moment, like that's a deeper collapse than I actually thought would be possible. And then even the polls at that, the latest polls had predicted, I would say.
Yeah. So like
I'll just for people watching, you'll see that second screen there is the main broadcast at the CBC, and you can see the ticker there of the seats. And go Aaron.
So with all the usual like caveats, it's early, more polls are coming in.
Yeah.
David and I were talking, or maybe you mentioned it even on the show about Halifax.
Mm-hmm.
People may remember Megan Leslie was a prominent, very popular NDP MP who represented that riding. She lost it in 2015, I think fairly narrowly, when the Liberals swept it with a majority. In the last election, the Liberals won it 42-40, so 42% to 40%.
Wow.
Very narrowly. So that's a very narrow win in the last time. So that was 4 years ago. Tonight, the NDP is running third with 16% of the vote.
Wow.
And the Liberals have 62% of the vote.
That's remarkable.
Right. So that's basically where all that vote went.
So the
went
NDP
to the Liberals.
vote, the NDP vote just looks like it's cratering. They're at, to take these are the numbers that CBC has right now. They're running at 4.6 in Ontario, 5.6 in Nova Scotia. They're running 8.4 in Manitoba. Like these are 4.4 in Alberta. These are rough numbers for the NDP.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I noticed also on the main broadcast, they were showing seat changes. And this is based on who's leading, not who's been elected yet. And there was an interesting note that the Liberals have seemingly gained, or at least leading in 10 seats that the Bloc had won. And that's part of what we're watching tonight, is if the Liberals are going to win a majority, it's because as a part of that, they take 10 seats from the Bloc. There's maybe indication early that could be happening in Quebec right now.
Okay, so another trend. What are we seeing with the Conservatives at the moment? Does anyone want to try and...
So again, it's early. I mean, on the popular vote in Ontario, they're running even with the Liberals. I haven't looked on where that vote is exactly, but I'm going to guess that Toronto hasn't come in yet.
No, it has not.
And that's when you'll see that Liberal number jump.
The very seat-rich GTA region.
Yes. And it wouldn't be at all shocking if tonight you see just incredibly large numbers in downtown Toronto for the Liberals, because if the NDP vote collapses, it'll all go to the Liberals. They'll put up big numbers. But, if the numbers are the way they are, then the Conservatives, if that were to hold, let's say, if the Conservatives were to actually somehow win the popular vote in Ontario, that would be shocking. I mean, I think if you go back to 2021, the Liberals won Ontario by about 5 points.
Right.
And that's sort of, I think, a barometer to look at is are the Liberals above 5 points in leading in Ontario? If so, they're in pretty good shape. If it gets lower than that, it gets a bit tougher. But the Conservatives are doing okay in places. I don't know that they're on track to win even a plurality of seats, but they're not getting. I think, David, you may agree or disagree. They aren't getting blown out of the water.
No, but I think, again, if you assume that the races we have numbers in are going to hold, the Liberals have gained 17 seats.
Yep.
How many do they need to win tonight to win a majority over what they had?
Not many.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
it's a small number.
So if this holds, I mean, the early trends are showing that the Liberals are on their way to winning a majority.
Yeah, and they're doing so by taking seats from the NDP and the Bloc.
And they've taken 4 from the Conservatives as well at this stage. Right.
Again, early up, like you see a riding like Peterborough, which is the one that's on the screen right now. That is the kind of riding.
That's the bellwether.
Currently conservative is exactly right. So currently conservative riding, but the Liberals have a slim lead. But once again, it's the thing that we keep saying, which is like it's early. And I feel like we keep saying it's early until suddenly it's just kind of flips.
I know, it moves
it just kind of all
real slow
kind of
until it
lands.
goes.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
But Peterborough's a very interesting riding to look at. Like that's a riding that Marion Monsef won for the Liberals in 2015. Was the Democratic Reform Minister. Then the Conservatives won it with Michelle Ferreri. It's a very, I think it was until the most recent election, it was sort of the bellwether.
It was until she picked
and so
it up.
if the Liberals were to pick it up, that would seem to indicate that they're headed in the right direction for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're waiting for more results to come in. I want to play you guys a clip. It's like well, it's a video. It's sort of like an ad in a way of Tim Houston, the premier of Nova Scotia. Sorry, bit of a brain moment. Let's play it. I wanna.
And now, the rest of Canada is again following our interprovincial lead. Inspired by the Black Loyalists and the Truani Maroons, we will not be bullied by those that look to oppress us. We were the first province in Canada, the first port of call for generations of new Canadians, and we will never be the 51st of anything. My name is Tim, and I am Nova Scotian.
Okay, so that recently dropped, and as soon as it dropped, people were like, "Whoa!"
It's a parody of the "I am Canadian" ad.
Yes,
but yeah.
The body's not even cold yet.
The body hasn't died.
Yeah,
the body's running tonight. You know what I mean? Like
I think right when I said people, Doug Ford said the body's not even warm yet.
The Premier of Ontario, you may have heard of him.
There was a lot of reporting or rumors that Tim Houston is going to make a move to try and take over from Poilievre. Just what did you guys make of that?
I was curious. I don't know. So someone suggested to me, and maybe someone will correct me if I'm completely wrong, that Tim Houston is not fluently bilingual. And I still think, although Doug Ford may challenge that, I still think that's a tough hurdle to overcome in Canadian politics.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, Mark Carney's about to win a bunch of seats in Quebec despite having shaky French. Although, again, that may be because we're under an existential threat.
He might also have 4 years to get pretty good on,
He's got time.
French. Yeah.
Or he may have time. It is, look, we're halfway through the night, but the Conservative post-election speculation started pretty early in this campaign. And people started talking about Doug Ford. And so when a video like that pops up, people start going, I wonder if that's something that's going somewhere. And I think, if this is on track for a Liberal majority tonight, the immediate, so, the way these things work is we spend about 5 minutes going, oh, wow, what a big result for the Liberals. And then we immediately turn to whoever finished second and go, oh, are you going
What's going to happen
are
with
you going to
them?
depose your leader?
Yeah.
And so that's where the conversation will turn by tomorrow morning.
Yeah. If we could just take a minute. Oh, I'll just say, I think it's worth noting all polls across the country have closed now. Okay. It's just pretty extraordinary to see some of the reporting coming out of Ontario and Nova Scotia of bad blood between the conservative, federal conservative camp, the head of the campaign, Jenny Byrne, and Doug Ford's team, and Tim Houston's team. Aaron, have you ever seen anything like that before?
No. Look, they call them postmortems because they usually have them after mortem. And in this case, the Conservatives started really early. And to be honest, the only precedent I have for it is from reading history books, which is, I believe, the 84 or 88 Liberal campaign. One of our future guests, we can ask him about this. Mr. Mansbridge, we can ask him about this later, broke a story about a Liberal leadership, an attempted coup within the Turner campaign. And that was the middle of an election campaign. And that's just not, you don't have stuff like that break out into the open. Is there tumult in campaigns? Yes. Is there second guessing and grumbling and backbiting and that kind of stuff? Of course. but usually they don't tell us about it until like 24 hours after the election, or at least on election, or maybe on election day. And in this case, it happened mid-campaign with people like, Corey Tenike. Maybe this is just a sign of the times that there are podcasts now with political strategists who can go out and say things publicly. But it is remarkable to see that mid-campaign. It's just not done.
So Corey Tenike is headed Doug Ford's campaign in Ontario, and I mean, his criticism of this campaign was vitriolic at times, really. I think he called it campaign malpractice, right?
Those
campaign malpractice.
Yes.
When he was doing that on the podcast, I literally had to sit down from
that he would say that publicly.
It was just it was
that
quite a
David
listen,
Shirley podcast.
right?
Yes,
yeah.
I think the thing that I keep returning to is that up until December, up until November, December, Pierre Poilievre was doing everything seemingly right. He was sort of like hitting all the points that, at least according to the polls that we were getting, were connecting, and he was connecting with people who had traditionally not even thought about voting Liberal. You'd heard so much of the conversation about how, young men were overwhelmingly being like, yes, I think the Conservative Party is a party for me. He was sort of speaking directly to them. And I should say, speaking directly to them in ways that, political convention would have you don't do that. You don't put out 10-minute videos of you just explaining the problem with housing. And yet he put out these videos and they were going viral. It was an incredibly sort of effective strategy, at least according to the polls at the time. And it seemed like for once we might actually get a conservative leader who might be able to hold on to the Stephen Harper coalition, right? The idea of these are the people united, the East and the West, the progressive conservative and the reform people, who might come together and say, you know what, we're all in. We're all in on this one leader. And yet, events, dear boy, as you would have it, which is to say within a couple of months, that entire political wisdom seems to be thrown at the window. And I don't know if that leads you all the way to the conclusion that the thing that Pierre Poilievre was doing is not effective, because clearly it was for a couple of years, David. It wasn't just it wasn't just like a blip. The polls kind of consistently had him gaining and gaining and gaining.
I mean, there's one person we haven't mentioned many times tonight, and that's Justin Trudeau, who made it very easy for you to be popular when he was as unpopular as he was.
Right.
And I've argued over the course of this campaign that Poilievre was that prosecutor who litigated the case against Justin Trudeau. Canadians were the jury, and the jury didn't get to have a verdict because they settled the case. He stepped away, right?
Good analogy.
And the result is, that litigator and Donald Trump comes along, and that litigator is not what people want anymore. And so Poilievre's coalition, and if you think about that 42 to 45% where they hit at the end of 2024, the only thing that it agreed on was it didn't like Justin Trudeau. And the moment he stepped away, I kind of say, think of the glue melting of that coalition. And then comes along Donald Trump, and it literally, strikes a stake right through the middle of it and breaks it apart.
Yeah.
Right? And they've had to find a way to cobble it back together, and they might get close to 40% tonight, which isn't bad, but Donald Trump also literally broke apart the NDP coalition, which we are clearly seeing scurried over to the Liberals.
Yeah, if you go back to 2021, the argument with Aaron O'Toole was, well, he bled votes to the People's Party. And I think their combined vote in that election ended up being about 38.6%.
Yeah.
And it's very likely that Pierre Poilievre is, or at least if you go by the polls, it looked like Pierre Poilievre was going to end up with about 38.6%. And so if the Conservative strategy was to sort of knit that 38% back together, they may have succeeded. And I think in most elections, you would say, well, 38.6%, that could get you a majority. That could get you a pretty strong minority.
Yeah.
It's just that Donald Trump comes along and changes the election in such a fundamental way that, I think I said this to Jamie earlier this week, this could be the first election since 1957 where you have two parties above 38%.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen in the sort of modern era. And it's just that, so I'm interested to see if the Conservatives don't win tonight, how they explain it to themselves. Do they say, well, we just got unlucky? Or do they say, actually we have a more fundamental problem here.
But the criticism was about the pivot, right? Like the criticism was about like the idea that like, okay, now that you see that the election is maybe about Donald Trump, did they pivot enough? And you know what? To their credit, maybe, or to their discredit, depending on how this night ends, they said no. The cost of living is still the thing that people are focused on, and they decided to go that path. And now, to your point that you were saying earlier, it's a question of whether that coalition is just a little bit smaller than the coalition that's worried about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, but strategy will tell you, like strategists will say, you don't want to fight anything, whether it's a war, whether it's a campaign, whether it's marketing, on the same playing field that your opponent is stronger on.
Right.
And so I have argued that it didn't make sense when you looked at the data for the Conservatives to go all in on Trump, because if they did, they were playing to Mark Carney's strength. Mark Carney, if he wins tonight, is going to win almost because he didn't have to even run a very good campaign to do it. He just needed to be Mark Carney and have Donald Trump do what he's done throughout this campaign.
Yeah, at every conceivable turn. Yeah.
And the Conservatives, to their credit, are vacuuming up all those votes that want change. They're just not enough of them. And so it's going to be because of a structural problem that they have tonight that they likely won't win, but not because, to your point, Aaron, that they didn't achieve their ultimate objective, which is to build a coalition that's normally large enough to win in Canada, but maybe not in 2025.
Yeah.
I think the other problem with the pivot argument is, I guess my question would be, what kind of pivot did people want exactly?
Yeah.
Did they just want him to talk more about Trump? I guess I can see that.
Or was it also about him?
That's the problem. And if the problem was
But Poilievre, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
If the problem was that Pierre Poilievre just seemed too much like Trump, when would the pivot have happened? Like 2 months ago, 2 years ago, a decade ago?
Yeah.
Like,
because when
Pierre
the Liberals were
Poilievre-
doing their attack ads and putting them together, they were running clips of him at the trucker, at the trucker convoy, talking about the WEF a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And so,
there's certainly things that Pierre Poilievre could have
all right,
done.
guys, I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
We've got a call coming in.
Something's happening.
We're going to go to the main feed.
Very rare in Canadian politics, but the Liberal Party, led by Mark Carney, has pulled it off. A stunning reversal, a Liberal comeback with a first-time politician as leader. You're looking live there at the Liberal Party headquarters right now.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So we have a Liberal government.
We don't know the size
we don't
yet.
know
Yeah.
if it is a minority government or a majority government right now. Quick reactions. Would you have? Is this kind of expected at this time of night? What might that tell you, considering what we have reporting right now?
I think it's expected. I think there were very few people that I had talked to who didn't think the Liberals would win more seats tonight. The question was, is it going to be a majority? So given how many, the whole country is now closed in terms of polls, but we've actually have votes coming in from every province except BC in the north. And so I think this feels about right in term of timing.
Yeah. Aaron, stunning.
Look,
just 45 seats they were at Christmas.
If you said to someone 2 days ago, do you think this would be the result? They would have said yes. If you said, to someone on January 6th, do you think this would result? They would have fallen over.
Yeah.
Liberals would have, this is, to be where they were on January 6th, this is really kind of hard to fathom. It's, I think you would be hard pressed if you go back further to December 16th when Chrystia Freeland resigned. I think you would be hard pressed to find another 4-month stretch in the history of Canadian politics that quite matches this in terms of the amount of change, in terms of the turnaround, in terms of the Trump factor, and that sort of larger existential challenge. It's, again, it can't be said enough. The Conservatives on January 6th had a more than 20-point lead.
Yeah.
And Mark Carney, or whoever the next Liberal leader was at that point, was going to have weeks to try to turn it around and put a campaign up and run. And you could go back to examples like 1984 when John Turner replaced Pierre Trudeau, and it fell apart. You could go back to Kim Campbell in 1993 when she replaced Brian Mulroney and briefly brought the party back into contention, and then it all fell apart. It's for the Liberals to have pulled this off. Now, look, if it's not a majority, there'll still be some disappointment. But for the Liberals to be giving themselves conceivably another term in government at this point is just a remarkable political achievement.
I mean, the party's obituary was kind of being written at the time. Like it was such like a profound. It wasn't just a, oh wow, this party's going to go down in number of seats. It was like, hey, will the Liberal Party have a purpose? And not only do they end up winning government, we don't know the size of government yet. But one thing that has been really remarkable to me is that you can convincingly, seemingly, based on these results, say you are the party that brought in the carbon tax, and then say you are the party that is going to cancel the carbon tax, and convincingly pull off both. I mean, like, there's a narrative idea here that is like it's
hasn't
profound.
The polling given Carney the credit for canceling the carbon tax?
It has.
And not Poilievre the credit for canceling.
Which is, again, like you run a 3-year campaign saying axe the tax, and then within 2 days of a new prime minister, it's the first thing he does, and the Liberals are now running, the ad saying, hey, we're the guys who canceled the carbon tax, and everyone's looking at him being like, hey, we're all trying to find the guy who did this. We don't know who is the person who introduced this tax, but they're the ones who canceled it. I want to go back to the thing that you were saying about Poilievre and Trump, because one example that really stuck out for me from this week was this story that we kept on seeing, which is, Poilievre doing his rally in front of a plane, and people saying that it looks a little bit Trumpy. And then immediately people are like, hang on, Mark Carney is doing the exact same thing
in front of a
But the point is that like that doesn't stick unless there's already an undergirding impression, right? Like you couldn't pin the Carney is like Trump argument. For some reason, you had enough evidence gathered. You had, enough of the liberal argument over the years being made, being like, this guy's close enough to Trump, but that image, the exact same image of the exact same thing from both parties, and one impression sticks and the other one does not.
We asked people on a survey a few months ago if Poilievre could have voted in the U.S. election, how would he have voted? And close to 60% of Canadians thought he would have voted for Trump, and a third would have said it would have been strongly so.
It's interesting.
And your response to that intensity had a huge effect on how you then felt about him. So that perception was already there, and all he needed to do was say and do things that just animated it, especially as Trump reasserted himself and kept reminding us of how threatening he was.
Yeah.
When Donald Trump won re-election in November, close to 25% of Canadians had a positive impression of him, right?
Yeah.
It's down to 11 today.
I mean, yeah, of course the annexation stuff, but I think also what people are witnessing domestically in the United States, I don't.
No, I think so.
But I do. You get the feeling that, talking to people in my orbit, that they did not expect this administration to be as aggressive. And
that meeting with Zelensky in the Oval Office, I think, sent a signal around the world that what we were thinking was not even close to what Trump means to security in the world.
It's like that signal versus noise thing, and people are like, oh, it's actually just literally like you have to
we
just
could
take
not believe our eyes.
Yeah,
and that's even saying that about Trump.
I think there was always a liberal theory of this election, back when Trudeau was leader, that with time, the public would sour on Poilievre, and that Trump would shake up the race and make people think differently about the Canadian race. And to a certain extent, that's come to pass. I don't think it would have worked with Trudeau. I think.
Do you think that Trudeau thinks it would have worked with Trudeau?
I have no doubt. And
100%.
look, the only reason, the way you get to the job of prime minister or president or whatever is by believing that you are uniquely suited to win. And Justin Trudeau would never think that he could lose. And that's part of the reason he won. But I don't think it would have worked. And so I think that in that respect, as much as this is about Pierre Poilievre losing this campaign, I think a fair bit of credit has to be given to the guy who won. Go back a few months, and if somebody had said to me or various other people, what do you think? How do you think Mark Carney would do? We would have said he'll be chewed up and spit out. He's a rich banker. Pierre Poilievre has run a populist campaign. Pierre Poilievre will make mincemeat of this guy. lots of us had watched Mark Carney give speeches at conferences and come away thinking, there is no way that man can succeed in politics. And he comes in, he does that Daily Show interview, which may turn out to be the turning point of Canadian politics in the past few months.
Yes.
He aces it. He's done well on the campaign trail. He's made, obvious mistakes. He has obvious limitations, but those limitations in terms of, seeming kind of stodgy or, wonkish or dry have actually kind of weirdly turned into advantages, I think. I think people look at Trump and see the chaos and then see Mark Carney saying catalyze and go, I'm going to go with the banker who seems really calm and cool.
He seems really cool. Do you think that?
Not cool.
Collected. Yeah.
But do you guys think that would have stuck if the election period had been longer? Because I keep returning to these ideas. I mean, it's obviously like wild speculation here, but you start to see those like videos a little bit later in the campaign of like all those moments where Carney would get a little bit, like, hey, how dare you sort of question me? I have a PhD in this stuff. That too is impressionistic. That too is something that kind of maybe stick. I think like you started to see it a little bit more in the like last couple of weeks, but I don't know.
But come back to what you said earlier.
Yeah.
If enough Canadians were looking for that elite economist to be their prime minister, maybe they expect someone who is an elite to push back and say, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Right? I think you have to think about, like, we are operating in a 2020 to 2024 mindset where we think that kind of politician is just toxic.
Yeah.
Whereas I think what 2025 has taught us is that I think majority of Canadians, I don't think all Canadians, but I think a majority of Canadians would actually say, yeah, you tell that journalist who doesn't know anything about economics, no offense to the journalists around here.
No, I don't. That's
that
true.
Right? Yeah. Because he's the guy who has the PhD from Oxford that when you tried to attack him on it by saying, oh, you plagiarized or you misquoted something, you reminded people that he had the PhD in the first place, which was actually a virtue in this case.
He had that price of eggs moment, did not stick, did not even get a second day.
Didn't matter.
Did not matter at all.
Right.
Just before we continue, I'll just say too, I'm being told that a lot of people have joined the stream, so thank you for joining. And if you are just joining, CBC News is projecting a Liberal government. We do not know yet if that will be a minority or majority government, but we'll let you know as soon as we do. The polls are coming in quick now. Liberal 142, Conservative 106, Bloc 21, NDP 6. You need 172 seats to get to a majority, as everyone can see on the screen that we've just pulled up. So I don't know why I just said that. What do you guys, when you look at those numbers, what are you seeing anything there right now? Like when have we started to see Ontario come in yet?
Not in large numbers
No.
yet. Not the GTA hasn't started coming yet.
The GTA hasn't.
But I will say again, like that NDP number continues to surprise. I mean, like we said, you can expect it to be low. I think the idea that it's this low continues to be. Oh, it went up to 7. In terms of like CBCNews.ca, our interactive has the share of the vote for the NDP at 4.4%.
4%.
David, that's half of what most people were calling for.
Yes.
I mean, like that's to me, like that is a collapse that is much more calamitous than anyone expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Green Party was getting 4% of the vote in like 2004, 2006, right? The worst, I believe, NDP result in most of our lifetimes, at least mine, was 93, where they got 6.9% and they got 9 seats. So this could be worse than that.
It could be worse than that,
right?
Yeah.
It just shows how much, at least for now. Now, I think the NDP's vote may hold up better in British Columbia, where more of those votes get counted.
And these are the last we're going to see these at the end of the night.
Yeah, but nonetheless, even if it's 7 or 6,
yeah,
this is a demonstration that their vote, really has collapsed and consolidated around the Liberals.
Matt's going to come back in just to get a sense of how people are reacting on the chat. Here we go.
Matthew Amha.
Yes.
Come back in, pal.
Of course. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
We're ready.
Yeah, so as you probably can expect, tons of reaction, tons of
Yes,
conversation going
yes.
on. But I think this is substantive and interesting. This is kind of, I don't know necessarily a formal question, but a reaction from Duncan Stewart on YouTube, who is wondering how we're able to project the formation of a Liberal government with numbers not yet in from BC or the Northwest Territories.
I'll take it. Okay. So look, there's the CBC decision desk. We know that in this room. That is poring over the numbers, and there are part of this is just electoral math at this point, right? Like there are so many seats in Ontario and Quebec and Atlantic Canada that if they go one way, if they go decisively in one direction, it doesn't get too hard to predict. But our decision desk is a dedicated team that goes over, that works every election, provincial and federal, is looking at previous results compared to current results. And I think, I don't want to speak for them, but I think it's fair to say they're fairly cautious about these things. They are not in a race to get it out first. They're not interested in being able to say the CBC told you first it was going to be a Liberal government. They're very, especially after experiences in the United States. Yeah, they're very careful and cautious. But at this point, it's just there are so many seats in Ontario and Quebec, and the Liberals are winning them enough that it just becomes apparent that they're going to end up with the most seats here.
Yeah. Someone else is wanting to know, in Poilievre's riding, there's no results yet in from Carleton. Yeah. What's some reaction?
I was just going to ask these guys about that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's because, one reason is one of those protest movements where I think there's 90 candidates on the ballot.
Yeah. The ballot looks wild.
It's going to take way longer to count that riding because the ballot is like the size, like as tall as us.
Yeah, and they've sent like extra resources to
I would expect that riding to be like one of the last.
They also had the highest advance vote turnout in that riding.
43,000 people voted in advance.
That's
wild.
That's a few boxes that they're going to take a while to count before they can even submit those results.
Okay. I mean, this is a little bit prescriptive, but I think interesting in its own way. Needy on TikTok is wanting to know what we think that Carney's strategy is likely to be for dealing with the current U.S. administration. I mean, a lot of this is going to depend on the nature of the next Liberal government, but if we're projecting, what do you think?
I mean, I guess you have to go back to what, Mark Carney has said himself, which is, so first of all, one of the differences in this election between Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre was the way they talked about the United States.
Yeah.
Pierre Poilievre talked about renegotiating CUSMA and sort of ending the tariff war. And Mark Carney said the old relationship is over. And we have to completely renegotiate our relationship with the United States, and we have to look to new alliances and new trade relationships. And when he went into some detail about that, his idea seemed to be to find certain areas where the United States and Canada could still work together, and he seemed to suggest there would be other areas where there wouldn't be. And I think it's hard to know exactly how that's going to work out in practice, especially because it's just so hard to know what the president's going to do or wants to do. But the indications are that, if Canadian governments have been talking for 50 years about sort of moving away from the U.S. influence, that Mark Carney is closer to that thinking than others. And so I guess that's the thing to look for at this point is what exactly that looks like in practice.
I mean, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but the body is not yet warm. But do we have any thoughts about what might come next for Poilievre?
So, part of this is going to be, how do Conservatives react? Do Conservatives blame him or do they blame events? And then it becomes, I think, this was sort of the way I looked at Trudeau's leadership, was he wasn't going to leave on his own. And since no one was pushing him, he wasn't going to leave. And then he got pushed, and that was the end of it. And so I think my next question with Pierre Poilievre would be, is somebody going to try to push? Is there going to be a move to get him out of the way?
Yeah.
And how hard are they willing to push? Because we're getting very speculative, but like my feeling on Pierre Poilievre would be that he's not exactly going to go, yeah, you're right. I'm going to leave now. I'll take, I'll let someone else try. He's going to fight it. And not go down without a fight.
There's a tweet from Stephen Marr from a few weeks ago, journalist Stephen Marr, where he sort of pointed out that like there's a story undergirding even that undercurrent, which is to say that like there's this power struggle over the center and the locus of control of the Conservative Party, and it tends to be over between someone like Corey Teneycke, who we've mentioned earlier, helped with Stephen Harper's campaign in 2015, and then has gotten Doug Ford elected multiple times, and Jenny Byrne, who of course got Stephen Harper elected several times, and then also is involved in Pierre Poilievre's campaign. And for some reason, those two worked together on the Harper campaign. They had some kind of, they're not, working together anymore. There is this question of who gets to sort of steer the ship of the Conservative Party. And baked into that is like, did the approach that Pierre Poilievre had taken in this election, is that the thing that failed them, or is it something sort of like larger and deeper, which is to say like there's a divide that ultimately can't really be bridged between these two different parts?
Yeah, like if you look at 2021 coming out of that election, the sort of conventional wisdom, TLDR version was Erin O'Toole tried to move the party to the center. It didn't work. So now the party needs to go to the right.
Right, because he bled, as you said, he bled too much to the PPC, the People's Party.
And so so Pierre Poilievre was unabashedly conservative, right? Compare their climate plans. Erin O'Toole went out of his way to show that he was credible on climate, and Pierre Poilievre basically said, to heck with that. I'm not even going to commit to a target. And so now that I think is sort of where the interesting discussion goes now, is do conservatives say, well, look, if not for a few things happening in the last few months that are sort of unprecedented and remarkable, Pierre Poilievre would be prime minister? Or do they say the Pierre Poilievre approach has a hard ceiling and it worked in a moment and we're not going to have that moment again, and so now we need to think in a different way? And I honestly don't know which of those two versions they'll take.
I mean, if I'm going to nerd out just for a moment
Please.
Here. There is this thing called...
Have we not been doing that?
I know, I'm going to add to it then. Here, we'll go on another level.
Let's go.
There's a thing called the Reform Act, which was passed in 2014. That will be the first indication, I think, about... So after this election, when the first parliament comes, each caucus meets and decides, do they apply this relatively new piece of this law to it? And what that law would allow them is the way that Erin O'Toole was replaced as leader, is to have a vote on caucus. That caucus could decide. And so if that new Conservative caucus, if there's rumblings, do they give themselves that power? Because if they do, that means they may be thinking about changing their leader and using that mechanism to do it.
Fair for me to say, guys, though, that this is probably going to be a fight, right?
One would assume. Look, like Andrew Scheer had I can't remember exactly what the timing was, but there was a moment where it was like, oh, maybe Andrew Scheer's going to hang on, and then it fell apart. There was a moment when people thought Erin O'Toole was going to hang on, and then it fell apart. And so you would assume, unless Pierre Poilievre has a remarkable hold on the caucus, that there will be voices of dissent, that there will be people who say, who suddenly come forward and say, I never really agreed with this all along, and I think we should go in a different direction.
See, but I get those voices if you lost vote share. I get those voices if you sort of, have clearly like bled some of the support. But if you've managed to hold or grow, doesn't the typical, all the typical political, wisdom seems to have gone out the window in the last few years or so, but isn't the typical wisdom to say you get another kick at the can, you get to try again in this environment, and the idea that they crafted a campaign against Justin Trudeau but didn't get to run that campaign against Justin Trudeau, which presumably would have worked perfectly. Do you get a chance to go let me rebuild, let me focus on what it would look like to take down Carney?
Or maybe you were doing something that scared the the left enough to move them to the Liberals, right?
Yeah. So I think the last person to get a second kick at the can was Stephen Harper, and that worked out.
Did?
I think in that case, so the first hurdle I think is in that case Stephen Harper had reduced the Liberals to a minority, and so I think the first question is, where does this end up tonight? If it ends up in a majority, Pierre Poilievre has a harder time saying, "Hey guys, I did pretty well. Next time I'll get them."
Yeah.
I think the other thing is that we'll see how the party responds. But since Stephen Harper, we've had Stéphane Dion as leader of the opposition, Michael Ignatieff, Tom Mulcair, Jack Layton, who for reasons beyond couldn't run again. But you're right. Andrew Scheer, Aaron O'Toole. Yeah. All of them were one and done.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
And so I think a lot depends on, is it a majority or minority? And to your first point, do they look at this and say, if he gets, Stephen Harper topped out at 39.4% of the vote. And if Pierre Poilievre gets that exact number or close to it, how do they look at that and go, well, that's a pretty good number. We should try to aim for that again. Or do they say, we have a problem here where we seem to have a ceiling?
Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
See you in a couple minutes, yes.
Okay. We're going to bring up Peter Mansbridge now.
Oh man, let's go.
Does anybody have any questions for Peter right now?
Can I get in on what you guys were just talking about?
Hey, Peter. How you doing?
Peter?
I think Alameen hit the nail on the head, and then others followed through on it, including Aaron. But the nail on the head is the fact he grew his vote, Poilievre. And not insignificantly did he grow it. So what happens now, the big question is going to be, do you go full MAGA now? Do you really push on that right of center vote and really offer up the two full options? I mean, Carney is going to be center, touching on center right a bit. And so if he's going to make room for the future, it would seem to me, if he's going to hang on to the job, listen, if he loses his seat tonight, I think he's toast any way you look at it. But if he holds on to his seat and he can show that gain in votes, the party, I think there's a whole nother battle coming forward. I mean, look at the splits on the vote. You probably have talked about this already, but there's always been a sense of a rural-urban split in our country. It is perhaps never more evident than it is tonight. And that rural vote is rich territory for Poilievre to milk.
Yeah. And, Peter, are you surprised by that rural-urban divide that we're seeing? I'm looking at the map right now.
No,
it's pretty stark.
I'm not. I mean, I've seen it for, I think, pretty much the whole of my career, with a few a few exceptions. And so, we saw it last time around. We've seen it in the last couple of minority governments. And has that rural vote felt in any way that they've been, looked after by Ottawa? No, they don't. Whether they're in Alberta or southwestern Ontario, they're angry. They're still angry. When you said he has the option to go full MAGA, are they angry enough that you think that would resonate with them? And I think some of them are. I tell you, I mean, I live in southwestern Ontario, right? In one of those communities that's going to be deeply affected by tariffs if they fully go on through, especially in the auto sector. And you see a lot of pickups driving through town with flags hanging out the back, and they're not the flags that are uniting Canada right now. They're the old flags of the F. Trudeau flags. There's still a lot of angry people out there. And, I think that'll be one of the options. I mean, listen, the Tories are going to do better than, clearly better than they did the last time. they're going to be left with this big problem of having blown a huge lead. And, you know, Poilievre has to wear that, and Jenny Byrne has to wear that. And, you know, there will be grievances expressed around that, and their jobs will be up for grabs, I think. He'll have to put up the fight of his life. We're going to hear some of it tonight. You know, at some point, he'll speak tonight.
Yeah.
And, you know, he will try to put the best face on it, but he's a loser. Now, the extent of which he's a loser, you know, is still yet to be determined. But he's a loser. And what he says and what he says to all those people who turned out at those rallies and who were there to support him, and you heard him on debate night saying, you know, I wish I could thank every one of you, each one of you. And I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I still think there's a big fight to go here.
To your point, Peter, about the idea of like trying to find more of a MAGA vote. I was in Hamilton earlier today. I was specifically Hamilton Mountain was the riding, and 2 trucks driving in circles with F. Carney flags. Hamilton Mountain
they've just switched the merch,
hey?
Exactly.
They
just switched the merch.
Exact same design, but they just basically just kind of switched the merch. That is not a riding that that you would think of as particularly like vote rich for the Conservatives, but maybe that is like a place where they begin to mine some of those sentiments.
And I feel like it's probably worth acknowledging there are a lot of people in this country tonight who feel really angry that the Liberals have been given this 4th term as well, right? Like, this must be very frustrating for them to have seen this party do so well and then fall off a cliff, essentially. I can't. That must be a very frustrating feeling. I just want to acknowledge that for people who are watching.
And it's ironic that that they can thank Donald Trump for that.
Yeah.
Yes. They're a guy in a lot of cases. You know, there is support for Trump on the part, a significant chunk of that vote that went conservative tonight.
I also just want to point the vote change in British Columbia, which is so the main network just running now. The NDP had dropped 15 points and the Liberals picked up 15 points. I mean, it's just a straight, full reversal.
So it's playing out. We can say it's playing out right across the country.
Yeah,
this NDP hollowing out of the NDP. Peter, on Carney's win, I was wondering if you could put this win, this stunning change of fortunes, into the arc of elections that you've covered. Like, just where does it sit?
Well, it's unlike any other. I mean, there used to be a saying about elections when you went into campaigns that if you were 10 points down, you couldn't win. It was impossible to win. And that was in the time of an 8-week campaign. So now we're looking at a 5-week campaign. He goes in somewhere in the 20 to 25 point deficit position. And within a couple of weeks, once again, thanks to Donald Trump, he turns it around. So you have a guy who's never had a seat, never run for politics, not inexperienced. I mean, experienced in a way that some people found extremely attractive because he'd been, senior positions in both the Canadian government and the British government, and is not a stranger at world economic tables where big things were discussed and big ideas were discussed. But he literally comes out of nowhere. I mean, sure, we talked about him, and we've talked about him for years, really.
Yeah, but I think when it was leader. Like, how many people hadn't even heard of him in February? It was very high. It was like 80% of the country. Or like, who is this guy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he became quickly known because of what? Not his attacks on Pierre Poilievre, not his distancing from Justin Trudeau, although he was trying hard to do that, but he became known because of his very aggressive stand on Trump. And how we weren't going to take this anymore, and we were going to redefine the relationship, and the old way of our relationship with the U.S. was over. And that hit a chord with a lot of Canadians. And, the NDP vote and the Bloc vote in Quebec suffered greatly because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know how much of this was was planned by Mark Carney as a guy who had no political experience, or how much of it was that, small but very experienced group around him were, whispering in his ear and plotting out strategy. But it worked.
Yeah.
And who would have bet on that, 3 months ago?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, David has a question for you.
Peter, question for you.
Hey, David.
How are you doing?
I should say, you got to say something for pollsters.
Are you? Has this weight kind of come off your shoulders, right? Like, I mean, I know we're not at the end of the night yet, but
it is. I mean, I think
you're not totally wrong.
I'm not freaking out.
For sure. Yeah.
I mean, the NDP, we had the NDP at 10. It doesn't look like they're going to get anywhere near that. So that's the only one where I'm wondering why.
Yeah.
But Peter, my question's a little bit back to the Conservatives. So you've traveled every part of this country. Do you believe it is possible for a Conservative Party in Canada to get more than 40 to 42%, and therefore win if the NDP is only at 5 or 6? Like I wonder if we talked about them going more full mega.
Right.
Is that Canadian? Would Canadians vote for that, or do you think I'm just living in a sort of fantasy that we can't follow that kind of path either?
What they get last time? 35%?
About 33.
33.
33. The Conservatives were at 33?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
And they're getting it up tonight at what? 38, 39?
No, they're now at 40. So
so they're at 40 now.
They're at 40.
Wow.
If we shut it down right now, they're getting a higher share of the vote than Stephen Harper did in 2011.
Quite wild.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
if the collapse of the NDP and the collapse of the Bloc to a degree in Quebec can produce the kind of numbers that we're seeing now in terms of share of the vote, with the Conservatives going up and losing, but going up, whatever that number is, 7-8 percentage points. That's it's hard to say, well, they can't go any higher than that when they've just made a significant move. I mean, if the Carney situation is a disaster, if he comes in and can't change the relationship like he promises with the United States, whether we get beat up by the tariffs or not, whether this kind of new economic order doesn't work, whether he doesn't deliver on huge new infrastructure programs, everything from, pipelines to wherever.
Housing. Yeah.
Housing. If he doesn't deliver on these things, look out, 2 years from now or 4 years from now, depending on, as Jamie says, how the evening ends up. Brian Mulroney got just over 50% of the vote in 84. So,
and look what's going on in the UK, right?
Exactly.
Are you there right now, right? I think the idea that a government, now they only got 34% of the vote, the Labour government in the UK, but within months, their popularity dropped because the expectation was things are going to get better, and they didn't. And so, in a weird way, if Carney does win a majority tonight, has he set the bar too high for what he's going to be able to deliver for people that credit they might give him starts to wear thin really, really fast, I think is the risk for him.
A lot can change in 4 years, right? That's the other.
If he's got the 4 years, you're right.
Yeah, if he gets a majority tonight. If he gets a majority tonight.
Yeah.
He does have quite a bit of time to disappoint and undisappoint and then disappoint people again.
But let's, I mean, we're speculating crazy here, but imagine his poll numbers dropped by 20 points in the first 6 months. The narrative in which we talk about his government is the same that you guys talked about the Trudeau government for the last 2 years. Right? When's he going to go? Can he sustain this popularity? Anyways, we're speculating a ton, but all I know is this is going to be the most difficult period for any government to have to navigate. And so he has, because he's going to end this campaign with such goodwill and the hopes of the public on his shoulders, how does he find a way to sustain that, I think, is a key question for this government after today.
Yeah. Very unreliable guy to the South. Very intractable problems he's trying to fix.
Yeah.
I don't know if people just saw the who were watching, David Cochrane on the main special on the bottom screen, I just want to point it out because you were talking about it before, was actually holding up that ballot, the 90 person ballot in Poilievre's riding.
In Carleton, yeah.
So long. It still hasn't been called. But now that I've seen that ballot in real life, will it even be called tonight? That's crazy. Okay.
You're on that ballot, aren't you, Jamie?
Yeah, easily. I could. It's like there's whole tables on the ballot.
Wait, Peter, I got a question for you if you don't mind. You were there when the NDP were decimated, dropped down in the early 90s, and I think the NDP is like one of those parties where every time that there is they're in a difficult moment, the obituaries start to get written, and you're seeing them have a night like that one right now. I'm looking at the results in Churchill, and Nikki Ashton is behind. That is, that's as star an MP as you can get in the NDP. Again, has not been called yet, but the fact that she's behind is quite telling something. Where does that party go from here in a moment like this when they're just so low in the polls and the results are just not, I have to imagine, not even close to where they were expecting themselves to be.
Even 6 months ago, and it was bad then.
It was bad then. And it's even worse now, yeah.
Yeah. That's my old riding, right? Churchill, where I started my career was in Churchill, Manitoba. So
yeah.
You obviously knew that.
That's exactly why I was asking
totally
you, pal.
why I asked that question.
Well, here's the way I look at things. During my career, the number of times different parties have been written off and the obituaries being put out there that they're done, they're never going to recover. We had the Liberals in '84 down to 40 seats, which was unheard of for the so-called country's, governing party. When Mulroney won his huge majority, like we're talking huge, right? More than 50% of over 200 seats. Then we had 93 and the Tories reduced to 2 seats. Now, it was a peculiar situation because of the reform and everything, but still, they were 2 seats. Like, how are you going to come back from that? And now you see the NDP getting hammered the way they had been hammered. Elmin's quite right about the number of times they got results somewhat. They lost party status at one point during the 90s. I think they were sort of gifted it back. But writing these parties off is too easy a thing to do, especially on a night like this. There's always going to be a left in Canada. I mean, so much of who we are is a product of what the left has delivered.
Healthcare, right?
Yeah. So I would be reluctant to do that. They are clearly going to need a new leader who can change things around. I mean, we're going to see at least one leader leave tonight, maybe 2, maybe 3. If not tonight, within in the days that follow. So I think it would be unwise of us to write them off quickly. I mean, if Carney does govern from the center and a touch to the center right, and if Poilievre or whoever replaces him, if he steps down, pushes their party further to the right, there's going to need to be a voice from the left, right? And who that is and what they say, and they probably will be hoping for in some strange way, they'll be hoping for a Liberal majority, so they've got 4 years to rebuild. Rebuild they'll have to do.
David, you want to jump in there?
Just a crazy stat. Speaking about healthcare, Saskatchewan, home of Tommy Douglas, founder of the NDP, they are at 7%.
Oof.
Yeah.
Province-wide in Saskatchewan, right? Even in 1993, when the party got 6.9% of the vote nationally, they got 27% of the vote in Saskatchewan. So, to your point, Peter, I think there's always going to be a need for the NDP, and I remember a lot of people writing off the Liberal Party after 2011 again. But tonight is sobering, I think, if you're a New Democrat, because all those gains you made in 2011, 103 seats,
opposition,
orange wave,
When you poll people on like poll people who are saying that they want to shift, right, to the Liberals, that they're shifting from the NDP to the Liberals. What did they say about Jagmeet Singh? Is he factoring into their decision? Is it because they're disappointed in him?
I don't sense that.
Okay.
I sense more of an appeal to Carney. Carney's pulling them into the Liberals. I think Trump is pushing them there, and Poilievre to some extent as well. There's this mix of variables that I don't think no matter what Singh did, he wouldn't have kept people loyal. Like in our last survey, even though the NDP may get only 4 or 5, 6% of the vote tonight, 14% of Canadians in our survey said they identified as a New Democrat. But almost 40% of those in our survey were going to go vote for somebody else tonight, right? And that identity is a powerful force that even this election could overcome. And so to Peter's point, that 14% could come back in the future. But this time, I think tonight they decided, and over the last week, they decided that something else had to happen.
Yeah.
I want to talk with you guys a little bit more about demographics, but just if we could take a break now and just take a look at these numbers. I don't know if this is a fair question to ask you guys at this moment, but a majority is obviously still possible, but is it harder now? How much harder is it at this point with
I see Aaron's trying to do math in terms of the number of.
I was not.
I've asked Aaron to do math real time. Do you want me to come back to you with that question?
Look, I mean, I don't think they're not running away to a majority. It's hard to know. I'd have to look at the map and see where the ridings are that are still out there. And I don't know what we even have from BC yet. So there's still maybe ridings out there, but it's not. They're not romping to a majority, and if it's going to be a majority, it's not going to be a huge one.
Yeah.
Okay. The numbers we have right now, that's a total of 310 seats. So there's still a bunch more to go that could take them in that direction. So
I think one thing we can say is, in terms of vote shares, the Conservatives are doing better than most polls thought again. And that was what we saw in the last 2 elections.
And the NDP vote is.
And the NDP is much
doing
lower
worse
than most thought.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, those first of all, I got to tell you that I'm looking on a little laptop, so those numbers beneath Chantal Hébert right now are very small for me. but I think I can read them. But what we found in the last couple of elections is that the Tory vote actually grows, the share of the vote.
It does.
In the hours following election into tomorrow. So their share of the vote, if it's over 40%, is quite staggering. Now the split between the Liberals and the Conservatives is around 4 points, which is basically what the majority of polls, 3 or 4 points, what the majority of polls were reporting in the last couple of days. So that's interesting. But here they're stuck in around the 160 mark, just under it now. That's a long way to go to get to 172. But, we're talking 20, 25 seats or 30 seats still to come. And there are lots of close ridings from what I remember in the last hour. So these numbers are going to change around over the next hour or two. It's still possible, but it's going to be close. And then you'll get into the whole thing about how, who's going to be the speaker and all that kind of stuff if it's that close.
You've also got, just to jump in.
The split is only 11 seats. Sorry, Aaron.
No.
Only 11 seats there. That's
it's good. You've also got. I mean, it's hard. It's not reflected in the bottom bottom numbers, but in our internal thing, it can show you close races, and there are 6 Conservative races that are where the Conservatives are currently leading, and the lead is is 103 votes or less.
Wow.
So
that is close.
We're talking ridings that could flip very easily from the Conservatives to the Liberals. So it's still a fair bit in flux right now in terms of ridings that the decision desk has actually called. it's 76 Liberal, 53 Conservative. And so there's still a ton of ridings out there. Now, some of these are going to quickly go to elected, but there's still a lot of ridings out there. So it's hard to know exactly where this is going to land.
But what seems very clear right now is that we're looking at a country at the moment that's kind of split in two.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that adds to, you know, I think it would behoove Mark Carney tonight to make some acknowledgement of that there is going to be 40% of the country that voted one way and is going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
And, you know, you go back to the 2019 election and when Justin Trudeau didn't carry the West, that was considered a big deal and a possible threat to national unity. We'll see where the Liberals end up in the West, but like, I do think that is, in addition to Trump, in addition to the housing situation, there is going to be a need to keep everybody on the same page and together, and to not think that to not fall into the easy trap of polarization.
Mm-hmm. Which was a criticism that I think was fairly lobbed at Justin Trudeau many times during his tenure. Right? I'm thinking about some of the comments that he was accused of, you know, politicizing polarization around COVID. Right? For example. Peter, before we bring in Matt to ask you some questions from the audience, but I did just want to ask you about this feeling of alienation in the West, and you know how you think Carney should deal with that, and how real you think that threat is. You know, Preston Manning talks about a Liberal win igniting like the flames of alienation in the West and igniting, you know, separatism, right? Separatism movements. You know, how real do you think that threat is?
Oh, it's real. Listen, there have been different forms of Western alienation for as long as I've been in this business. I've been covering my first stories on it in the late 1960s. So that element is not true, but I think it's deeper right now for a lot of different reasons. You know, whether it's energy, whether it's Ottawa telling us what to do all the time and ripping us off and taking our money and our resources, whether it's COVID, there are a lot of different things that stack up to Western alienation right now, especially outside the major urban centers in Western Canada. So I think Aaron is exactly right. Carney will at some point tonight give a speech, and he better address not Western alienation, but the very fact that more than 40%, 4 out of 10 Canadians, did not vote for the Liberal Party, and they voted for a very different way that government would work, not his way. And you know, sure, the fight with the United States is going to be hard and tough, and it's going to need a great negotiator, but so will keeping the country together. And he'll have to address that, not only what he says and the way he acts, but who he brings into his cabinet to handle some of this attempt to reach out to. And again, it you know, it's not just Western Canada who feel alienated. There's a good chunk of Ontario, and when you know David Cochrane brings up the map of Ontario, and you see how much there is, those people are not happy campers.
Yeah. Out west, are we seeing any races come in? Liberal wins, people that he could put in his cabinet at the moment?
If you're asking me, you're asking the wrong guy.
Oh no, sorry, I'm asking Aaron. He's going to get back to me. He's getting back to me. Let's bring Matt in.
Well, I was going to say, like,
because we do have lots of questions for Peter.
But David was looking at some interesting Windsor ridings. If you want to mention those, because that was kind of an interesting thing that you were pointing out just a moment ago.
Both Windsor ridings.
Yeah.
Windsor West, which is an NDPL seat, and Windsor Tecumseh Lakeshore are both going Conservative right now.
Yeah.
And a lot of votes have already been counted. So that was, again, indicators that the boots not suits play that Pierre Poilievre was pushing may be bearing some fruit tonight, that the NDP vote collapse plus the appeal that Poilievre has made could give them some seats outside of the GTA that we don't often think about.
And those
but
are border ridings.
Important.
Like you're talking about ridings right on the U.S.
Absolutely.
border. Like for them, like it's a higher stake conversation than it's literally just kind of like right across. And so that really sort of stuck out to me.
They're winning both Niagara Falls, also border ridings. So that narrative that like these border towns were gonna embrace Carney may not be playing out tonight.
It may be the worries about Donald Trump across the rest of the country. You can certainly say, yes, that has carried it for the Liberals. But right along those border ridings, at least in Ontario, you're seeing the Conservatives and their approach so far connect anyway.
York and Peel regions, did you guys just say this? Blue right now, where Liberals had to maintain pickup in the GTA.
No, we weren't talking about York. What's going on?
Sorry, I'm just jumping in here with a totally unrelated fact. It's just interesting. York and Peel regions are going blue.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's also worth pointing out Liberals have won back Toronto St. Paul's.
Oh yeah.
Which they lost in that by-election
a few months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Matt.
Yes.
How are you, Peter? This is Matt Omha.
Hello, Peter.
Hi, Matt.
Okay.
I don't want to knock your. I'm going to knock your computer over with this mic. Hey.
Go for it.
Okay.
I just don't. There you go.
Just go for it, I think.
Yeah.
we have so the first is kind of more of a behind the scenes question, actually, I think, for some of the folks around the table. And they want to know how, and actually no, for Peter as well. I mean, Peter's covered, how many elections in this country. How do journalists tend to prepare for nights like this? Manuela Parisi is really impressed with the amount of information that journalists need to know and remember about ridings and national trends and such.
I think Aaron memorizes every single riding, right? That's just what you do, Aaron?
I'm actually not very good. There are tons of ridings I don't know very well.
Yeah.
I think, and I'll defer to Peter because Peter's covered more elections than I have and probably knows the riding map better than I do. But I find just nothing prepares you better than doing a couple of elections and realizing how votes move and getting a sense of where parties are at. I think the other thing is just also, I mean, it's very basic, but it's just simple journalism, talking to people in parties and saying, okay, what should I look for? Like where, if this is going well for you, what's that going to look like? Where are we going to see that? And then, coming into it with, not only your sort of own institutional knowledge, but knowledge from the people in parties who do this for a living.
Yeah, you got to spend time looking at that writing book. You got to listen to people who have a sense of where the writings are that make a difference. You can actually just watch the leaders and know what they're thinking about the writings that are going to make a difference for them. See where they go, where they're campaigning. Talk to as many people as you can. Have a sense of history on election nights. It's funny, when I started watching tonight and there was a lot of action around, Newfoundland is going blue. And this doesn't make sense in terms of all the polls we've been hearing and the talk that we're hearing about a Liberal majority government. Well, there's actually kind of a trend in Newfoundland. I mean, in 58, when Diefenbaker swept the country, he lost the seats in Newfoundland. So the evening started off with the Tories looking terrible. And then the same thing the reverse happened for Pierre Trudeau in 68. So you got to be careful not to get caught off guard by by something that actually is in your history books. So having a sense of where things stand in the past. But you just got to be careful. As much as I love polls, well, I don't love polls. Actually, I don't like polls. But I never stop talking about polls.
You talk a lot about them, Peter. I listen to your podcast every week.
But we have to be careful not to get carried away with them. And David would first person to say that. They don't predict. They tell you what happened on the day they were taken. And you want to kind of keep that in mind. But listen, there's a lot of research, there's a lot of time spent, looking at writings, breakouts, and where people have voted before, and you look for anecdotal stuff. Where did you go? during this election campaign? Who did you talk to? You know, today I am in the UK. I'm in Scotland right now, and I was golfing today, which is one of the things you do in Scotland. And it was a great course down near Inverness. And on the practice green were these guys. I said, I recognize that guy. And he came up to me. He recognized me. And there were 8 of them. They were all from Southern Ontario. They're all in private business. They're conservatives. They want to know what I thought was going to happen. And I said, well, I don't know what's going to happen. All I can tell you is what the polls suggest, that it's, you know, it's somewhere close to a Liberal majority. We'll see what happens. So anyway, we exchanged numbers to text each other tonight. And right after that Newfoundland votes started coming in, I got 3 texts from the group saying, hey, you guys are always wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. The Conservatives are going to sweep the country. I said, hey, you better hold on a little bit.
Yeah,
anyway.
we actually, this is an interesting one by the aptly named Kelly in Iowa on TikTok, who says, American here, why do numbers keep going up and down?
Oh.
I mean, the simple answer is that the numbers on the screen right now are a combination of elected and leading. And so, you know, right now, for instance, it's 156 for Liberals. And so that's the combined total that we have declared elected in, and ones where they just happen to be leading in the race. And so because polls come in sort of bits and pieces, you know, if one poll comes in and the Liberals are leading by 10 votes, well, that pumps their number up. If the next poll comes in and swings it back to the Conservatives, it comes back down. So it bounces. Unlike American elections, there's a lot of bouncing around until we kind of land on the final numbers.
And just to give people like an idea.
Look at those. Look at those numbers right now. Look at those numbers right now. I know that this is going to change, and there's still more to come in.
Yeah.
But look who could hold the balance of power with those numbers.
Yeah.
Jagmeet Singh.
Or whoever the next NDP leader is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Not over till it's over.
That's true.
We've heard a lot from young people, particularly on TikTok, who've been talking about strategic voting. And so this is one from Asia Morales, who has asked us, would strategic voting have the same effect if we had proportional representation in this country? Oh, that's a good question. I know lots of young people that felt like their votes simply do not matter and weren't interested in having to cast a strategic vote.
I mean, David would probably have some insight on this, but my sense of it is that proportional representation, which, to explain it to people who maybe don't follow this stuff, proportional representation is when the popular vote translates fairly directly or mostly to the actual seat count. So instead of you know, our first past the post system where it's whoever gets the most votes in a riding, you know, that's who the MP is. In proportional representation, you know, if the NDP has 10% of the popular vote, then they get 10% of the seats. And so because of that system, my sense of it is, from sort of how it's used in Europe, is that it largely, you know, eliminates a fair bit of strategic voting, but there's still going to be some strategic voting. People are still going to think about who could be in government and what their vote could amount to. But it is going to take out those situations where someone thinks, you know, in this election, I'm going to, you know, an NDP, the classic case is an NDP voter who thinks I'm going to vote Liberal because I don't want the Conservatives to win. It's probably going to limit that a fair bit.
I agree. Ironically, though, if these numbers that we're seeing counted so far hold, these are pretty proportional to the votes, despite the system not designed to do that at all. And there is some evidence, you know, that people do. Not necessarily turnout goes up if you have a proportional system. I mean, everyone uses New Zealand, if we're getting, again, nerdy again, but they flipped their system, was it almost 30 years ago? And you saw a slight uptick in voter turnout, but it didn't sustain itself necessarily. But that sense of, again, political scientists will say an electoral system either forces voters to do the reconciling, or you let the legislature do it. And a proportional system lets the legislature do it. You rarely get a majority out of them, and you force these elected officials to figure out how to work together, as opposed to the system that Justin Trudeau would have preferred, which is a ranked ballot. You force the voter to make that choice, to actually rank it before. But I do think that debate was a good one when we were having it.
Yeah.
Because this is my personal view now, not so much the pollster in me, is I do prefer a proportional system, because I think you get less, you tend to get less divisive politics. Doesn't mean you can't get extreme voices in a legislature, as we see in Germany and elsewhere, but it forces the other parties to find more common ground, because they're going to have to work together.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, we're just going to do the rest of this show about electoral.
The YouTube numbers are just like.
We're just going to tank this show right now. The other, I'll throw one last thing on it, is I think the other argument for proportional representation could be that, think of a Liberal voter in Alberta who is thinking, in Crowfoot, I think, which was like the most conservative riding, where they win like 87% of the vote. If you're a Liberal voter in Alberta who's going, well, I'm going to have a Conservative MP anyway, so why am I going to bother vote? So maybe you get, if you move to a proportional representation system, maybe those voters think more about going to vote, because they know, oh, that vote's actually going to amount to something.
Yeah.
I mean, this has got a little bit of a continuation of this discussion in some ways, I think. But
wait a second.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. Actually, no. I think this is a compelling question.
It's worthwhile, yeah.
Yeah, from Ashley Reimer, and David may be best suited for this. But she is wanting. She's wanting to know. Like, I think that I'm interested to know if you have any polling on this. I think if there's data that exists on this front. Her question is. Do we know if Canadians are voting more for their riding candidates or for their party leader? Do we have any sense about, what's kind of motivating the votes of people?
The classic political science question.
Exactly. Right.
Is this election different than others?
Yeah.
I think first on that question, Jamie, I think this election is slightly different in the sense it's a national election. I mean, there were two, I think, competing ballot questions, but these were national in scope, and so it didn't matter perhaps what part of the country you were in, you were probably answering the same question. And as a result, I don't think we typically see most voters choosing the candidate and therefore the person they want to be their member of parliament. I think it happens in the rare instance where you have an incumbent or a local notable, as political scientists call them, who do bring a personal vote with them that goes above and beyond what somebody might vote if that person wasn't there. But for the most part, most people are going into that, I think, ballot box for the party or increasingly for the leader. There is a incredible correlation between how someone feels about the party leader and their likelihood to vote for that party. Almost nobody in this election who dislikes Mark Carney is going to vote for Mark Carney, and the same is true of Pierre Poilievre. The NDP historically hasn't had that because there were lots of people who liked Jagmeet Singh in the past who didn't vote for him. But for the two main parties, it's pretty strong. So yeah, and that's why, just as an aside, I have this annoyance. I don't understand why most candidates put their signs all over ridings with their names on it, because most people have no idea who these people are. As opposed to spending that money on messaging and giving people a reason to vote than just putting up a name.
I mean, at the risk of stating the obvious, though, are we not a parliamentary democracy? I mean, there's this romance, I think, that we have with the possibility. Let's say the democracy is that local. The democracy is that local, and not just that, but that I know. Don't let me get on my Aaron Sorkin high horse. But yes, we are, because there used to be a time, Jamie, when you would maybe this is a romantic idea that I have, but there used to be a time when you would elect your MP and they would go to Ottawa on your behalf, and if they disagreed with the party, they'd say, "No, I don't think so." I happen to live in a riding where, the MP, my MP, who's been reelected tonight, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, has actually had a bit of a reputation for every once in a while going to his party, the Liberal Party, and saying, "No, I don't think so. I disagree with you on this." That might have changed since he was in cabinet, in the sort of the closing minutes of the Trudeau government, but. that is like the system that we have designed. The system we've designed is like there is a version of MPs that go to work, and when they go to work, they say, "I'm not actually. I don't think I'm here to represent the party and only carry the flag of the party. I'm also here to represent my constituents, and there might be a disagreement in which I actually have to represent the people of the riding over the party." Having said that, I hear myself. I hear how absurd I sound in this moment, but that's a system that we were sort of like bought into. Is just that at a certain point, it's either no longer practical or no longer just like the actual thing that is happening in front of you. And maybe I'm being too romantic, Aaron.
No, not at all. Look. There's never going to be a system where, or there wouldn't be a really functioning system where you had 343 completely independent MPs. It just would be very
chaos.
They would eventually form parties and groups and so on.
Yeah.
And people are always going to vote to a certain extent, thinking, well, who's going to be prime minister after I make this vote? Because even in a system where backbenchers had lots of power, they're never going to have as much power as a prime minister. That said, I think you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who would say that our system of party discipline right now has struck the right balance. I think the general conventional wisdom in poli-sci circles, in political circles in Canada, is that our level of party discipline is stricter than anywhere else on earth. And
to the detriment of democracy, though? Like, would you say we go that far?
I think people would say that you get to a point where it's just stifling. And you look at an MP like Nate Erskine-Smith and you say, oh, why couldn't we have... You couldn't have an entire parliament of Nate Erskine-Smiths.
Yeah.
Maybe Nate would say
Nate would
so.
like that.
Yeah.
Nate,
But could you have more than one?
Yeah.
And I think that's the challenge, is how do you get to a system... if you look even at the UK, where obviously it's a party system, but they have way more Nate Erskine-Smiths.
Yeah.
And could you get to that point?
Yeah.
Are you guys looking at the numbers here?
They are getting a little close.
They are
a little close.
So guys, is it even possible?
This is like really close.
This is what I was going to ask.
Is it even possible to get to a majority with these numbers right now?
That's unless this. These are all. I think this is all the ridings are reporting to some degree at this point.
One thing I'm seeing on X being talked about is how the advance polls may be being counted later.
And they
so
favor,
they're being dumped.
and we know that they favor the Liberals because of polling.
So I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
I'm not. But if that is true, then
that changes the map.
This will change maybe fairly quickly. But the Liberals are only gaining 2 seats right now from what they had. So this is not anywhere near much of a gain for the Liberals if it holds.
CBC. So we're not projecting minority government at this point. So I guess they ought, but clearly the window is really closing.
They've
here.
already,
the decision desk,
liberal government.
The decision desk must see still a path to a majority. I suspect what they're looking at is, again, there are a bunch of races out there where the Liberals are running second and the difference is less than a percentage point.
Yep.
And so if those, and again, if the advanced ballots are still out there, again, these numbers could flip very quickly. But I would say, again, the decision desk wouldn't have called it for a Liberal government if they weren't quite sure.
I will say the numbers are a little bit deceiving in the sense of like the Conservatives, for example, are that number is 149. They are only elected in 65. They're leading in another 84. So like there's still quite a bit more to go in terms of like the potential for those to flip. So there's still time.
But it's fun to watch those numbers. This is not the night we expected.
No.
Yeah.
In terms of these numbers at this point, like
we thought that they were, that people thought that they would be further apart at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
This is usually done, and we're into speeches.
This feels like a U.S. election, where those advance polls, you have to count all the boxes there.
Will they come in quick? Have they already counted the advanced polls and they just have to input them?
Some have, some haven't.
Some haven't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, David, we always talk about the efficiency of the Liberal vote. The idea that the Liberal vote is at 43% and they don't have a majority yet, does that surprise you?
It does. I think there's indications in the GTA that there's seats in Brampton, in York Region, where the Conservatives are winning by a large margin that I don't think people expected to see. So this efficiency, this theory, and there was some had questioned that idea because the electorate has changed so much that we shouldn't take what we know from 2021 and apply it to 2025 because that NDP vote has dropped, and we know from the polls that most of those voters did go Liberal, but have the Conservatives, as Poilievre has been trying to say, found new voters that maybe not have voted before.
Well,
that is driving their vote up in the same kind of way. So there's some interesting dynamics probably at play here.
Well, if they were to have found new voters, who would they have been from a demographic standpoint?
They could have
young people.
Young people is the easiest one because not many of them would have voted last time.
Right. Young men.
Young men in particular, I think we're a key demographic for the Conservatives.
Aaron, if I can just ask you about the idea of if Poilievre goes into this election with 120 seats, currently the numbers are 148. That, by every measure, that is hey, we did something. That does that guarantee the future safety in any kind of way?
I mean, I think it makes it more likely. It certainly strengthens his argument, especially, if it's a minority Liberal government, then you can make the argument that we could be in another election in 2 years.
Poilievre currently trailing in his seat, by the way.
Now, if he doesn't win his seat, it gets harder.
Yeah, that's true.
Right now, though, right?
Yes.
He's trailing right now. That's
I mean, again, that's just 10 of 260. I think that says 5 polls, 66 polls.
266. Okay, it's pretty early.
So it's early,
super early.
But his argument gets harder if he doesn't have a seat in the House. But again, if this result kind of sticks, it's a minority, and 158 plus 10 isn't enough to get you over a majority. So Mark Carney's going to have to work with more than one party to get stuff through. And you can make the argument, if you're the Conservatives, that maybe we're back in an election in 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for wishing us that, pal. Yeah.
Matt, do you have any other questions before we?
I think maybe there's one more interesting thing. I think really is what you guys make of voter turnout, and particularly looking at some of the advanced numbers and stuff, and taking a more long view on this country's political history.
Peter, you want to take that?
Sure, I'll take it. Do we have an Elections Canada number yet?
We have a number, but again, it's so early. We don't even have half of polls reporting, and turnout's about it's not. This number is almost meaningless. Turnout right now is 47.7, but that's
it's low, but
that's
it's meaningless
without half of polls. So it's. I think one way of looking at this is, should we be disappointed if turnout's lower than last time, or not as high as we think it would be?
So and what was it last time?
63.
63. High 60s.
Less than half of polls have reported?
I'm doing math again. Yes. Yeah.
So if we've counted, that feels right. That we're headed towards a high turnout.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's true.
Right. If 47%, if they're estimating the 47% turnout now, based on what's been counted, and we still have half.
Or am I misreading my own data? Anyway, I don't know whether I'm looking at a number that says how many polls have reported or how many voters have voted.
We've been in the 60s for some time now. I think we dropped once into the 50s, high 50s. I think the general expectation here, because of the whole U.S. thing, is that turnout would be higher than it has been in some time, and would probably push into the 70s. We used to kind of repeatedly get 70s, mid 70s, but it's been a long time since then. It's been 30, 40 years when it was a regular thing getting in the 70s. So the expectation this time is exactly that.
So if Mark Carney has to work with the Bloc and the NDP, right? What would that look like? Just sort of talk to me a little bit about.
I mean, I would wildly guess that neither of those parties are going to sign a confidence. I mean, it will be difficult. Look, he will have, and again, they may get to a point where he doesn't need both those parties. But like, let's just game it out and say that we're dealing with the numbers we've got right now. He's going to be able to make a pretty strong argument that Canadians don't want another election right now, that we're in a crisis, that we, need to work together and find solutions and push forward. I don't know that the public, as much as 40% of the public might be disappointed with this result, I don't know that 40% of the public is going to be like, well, let's go back and do it again right now. And it's not like the BQ and the NDP would have strong hands to play. They're not going to be able to say, well, we're on the verge of a real breakthrough. They've both lost seats. They both would want to play for time to get, the NDP would probably want a new leader, would definitely want a new leader. So they're both going to want to take their time. But, without a confidence and supply agreement in place, the chances of a minority parliament lasting another 4 years aren't great.
Yep.
And so you would start to look at 2027, 2028. Can we get that far?
Yeah. If it's a minority government tonight, do you think people start asking like where the Liberal campaign went wrong in the final weeks, or are they so mean, right? All we're interested in is how everybody screwed up.
And the pollsters, wait, bring it on.
Right, because at one point,
you didn't screw it up.
The polls started going down right at the end. So do you think that's a question
They went down, partly because Trump went quiet.
Yeah.
Canada. He came back with a roar in the last, 48 hours, but by then it may have been too late to have an impact because people started looking and thinking about other things, whether it was housing, whether it was inflation, whether it was grocery prices, what have you. And this whole idea, I think one of the lines that Poilievre used in the last, 10 days or so, had an impact, which is, do you really want to give him a fourth term? So I think it's hard to say, hey, the Liberals really screwed up after they came back from more than death.
Yeah.
25 points down and end up, in the 40s in share of vote. But, I imagine there will be some questions, but the bigger question is going to be, what do we do now? How do we put this together in some fashion to have a sustainable government at least for a couple of years? Aaron's right. These, minority governments, the average life is kind of 1.5 to 2 years. This last one, 4 years, was odd. Was basically as a result of the confidence agreement with the NDP. But I agree with that's unlikely to happen again for a lot of different reasons.
Peter, question for you. Do you think if you're the New Democrats and Canadians are watching this and you don't find a way to work with a Liberal government that's facing the crisis we are, is that worse than joining forces again? We've always, again, assumed that 2023-24 world applies today, and it feels to me that there may be a public that wants to see these politicians work together given the threat that they feel the country's under.
I think you're right. I think there is a feeling about that, and maybe beyond the NDP, some mild form of a national unity government, at least for this kind of crisis. It's been more than 100 years since we had one of those, First World War. But if this is a turning point in the history of the country, and we have a clear election result, if it turns out this way, that does not give one party a significant edge over the others, there's probably going to be some hard thinking to do here about how to move forward. Remember in 1972, it was of course, none of you were alive at the time. But in 1972, after the election night, well into the night, when Pierre Trudeau came by cameras and reporters, and the Liberals were ahead by 1 or 2 seats. And they were saying, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And he said, the universe is unfolding as it should. And it took time to sort out how we were going to move forward. And the result he did. They kind of had an unofficial deal with the NDP that kept them in power for a couple of years and made huge changes for Canadians, which eventually led to a majority, an election in '74 and a majority Liberal government. But these are tough decisions that the Carney's going to make as these numbers keep bouncing around.
Yeah.
Aaron talked a little while ago about the decisions desk, and sometimes we talk about the decision desk as if everybody knows what it means. But these are like a group of senior journalists and others who studied every riding in the country, and they have basically a formula to determine and methodology to determine at a certain point as the votes are being counted when it is clear that the one party is going to win in that riding over the other. But I can tell you, as having done these things a few times, I mean, the numbers are now starting to open up again, right? But I can tell you, somebody who's done these things before, that there can be real nervous tension after you've made a call, which they did quite some time ago, that the Liberals would form the government. And I'm sure they're confident in that. But when it got to 2 seat difference between the two parties, they must have been looking at each other like, me.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how conservative it is, right? Same. David was talking about that anxiety around polling earlier tonight.
I've scanned across the other news organizations. Only one so far has called a Liberal minority. Everybody else is starting to say, like, this is still sort of like up in the air, and nobody's really ready to call it just yet.
I think it's the lack of understanding if advance polls are being counted, and when and where, and just how many votes that represents. If that's close to a third of, or 1 in 4 voters are in those advanced poll boxes, then
changes a lot.
Can change a lot.
Matt, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Peter, you get to stick with us for a little bit.
Sure, the sun's up here.
Morning.
My tea time isn't for another. I know. I don't mind at all. It's great listening to you guys.
We appreciate it so much. Yeah. Thank you. One thing we haven't talked about tonight that I think is probably worth us discussing are some of the demographic trends that we've seen, right? Because I still am marveling over the fact that it was young people that brought Trudeau to power with his majority in 2015, millennials, and that it looks like tonight it's their parents that save the Liberal Party, right, David?
Yeah, I mean that's very much what we've seen throughout this campaign. Yeah. That the demographic most likely to both like Mark Carney and vote Liberal are both men and women over 60, and that men over 60 piece is noteworthy because we all know that ad that the Conservatives ran in the last week and a half.
The golf ad. Can somebody grab that in the control room? That golf ad, the golf ad. I think it's that time of the night where we should watch the golf ad.
And how, on the flip, although the polls, it depends. It's not clear, I think, sample size and stuff, but no doubt that young men were the demographic who said they liked Pierre Poilievre the most. And therefore, I think the Conservatives will have performed better among young people than they have over the last, it's been a long time. I don't know when. That they could say they've won that over. So I think demographic, like age and generation, has been embedded throughout this campaign. And we see it also in what issues people said are important to them. If you were over the age of 60, Donald Trump was your number one issue. If you were under the age of 30, it was down to like 3 or 4 on the list.
How did young men and young women split, though?
In our poll, vastly different. They almost went in opposite directions. By the end of the campaign, it looked like young women were really trending towards the Liberals. And I intended maybe to vote NDP and ultimately didn't. And young men were still more or less sticking with the Conservatives and the Liberals. There's some split there.
I just want to point out these numbers in terms of the vote shares are getting a little closer, David. I mean, like 1 point, 42.7 for the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives.
So it's basically 42-42.
It's a dead heat, and I don't think that we say that is a surprise, right? Like that's not quite within the margin of error. That's the Conservatives doing a little bit better than people thought they might, and maybe because of the NDP collapsing a little bit deeper than everybody thought that they might. But then that share of that vote maybe going to the Conservatives.
Yeah, and again, I was skeptical throughout the campaign, and if you follow me on X, you could see it about polls that showed the Liberals ahead by like 12, 15 points.
Yeah.
Because if you believe that, then you also have to believe, back to your conversation about the campaign itself. If you had a 15-point lead and now you're only leading by 1, maybe you didn't run the best campaign. But I don't ever think it was that big. I don't ever think it was that big. I still believe
never existed in the first place. People,
the Liberal lead may have been at 6 or 7, but it was never at 12. And I think the Conservatives have once again proven, if these numbers hold, there's still lots of votes to be counted, that they are very good at pulling their vote and had motivated as many Canadians to support them almost as motivated the Liberals.
Please.
No, you know what? I'll just throw this to anybody. Peter, too. I'm just looking at Chrystia Freeland right now, who has just run her riding. How does everyone think that Chrystia Freeland feels tonight? Just considering
being the catalyst for all of this.
Yes, like that we are not sitting here tonight without Chrystia Freeland, right? No. But then also, she didn't get to be the Liberal leader. So, anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Peter. Go.
I was just going to say, calling her the catalyst is the nicest way of saying it. He plunged the knife into, she was Brutus into.
That's the other way of saying it.
Trudeau, and but a lot of this obviously would not have happened without that act. A couple of other points to mention when we're talking about the share of the vote. Keep in mind, in the last 2 elections, the Conservatives had more votes than the Liberals, and yet they lost. And they lost, in minority governments, but by a considerable number of seats. That's one thing to keep in mind. The other has escaped my mind. I had all these things I wanted to say, but I got so wrapped up listening to you guys. But at 13 seats now, we're still lots of counting to go. I mean, this is going to be well into tomorrow. 15 seats now. It's going to be well into tomorrow before this thing
it's called.
It's settled.
Well, I mean, effectively, it's already been called that it's at least a minority.
Oh yes, of course. Just
right?
whether or not it's a majority or minority.
Whether or not it's a majority, that could take some time. There's going to be a lot of counting to go here. Even though, look at this now, it's like
164. Well, Peter, can I ask you, like, there is this conventional wisdom also that, you can, if you want a majority, you don't outright ask for one. You don't go to the poll to the voters and say, what I would like is a majority. Give me that strong mandate. But the polls were sort of going in Mark Carney's direction long enough that he did, in fact, do that. He said, I would like one of those. I would like one of those strong mandates. And does that end up working against you in a moment like this one? Do we have any evidence that, voters end up, punishing you in a sense and saying, hold off. You're not quite there yet, pal. Is that your sense of what's happening?
Well, there's evidence that does happen. I mean, it happened to Harper in, what was it, 06, when it looked like he had a majority, and he kind of took the last week off and took a bus ride around Alberta, convinced he had a majority and talking about a majority, and he didn't get one. But then again, in 2011, he said, I need a majority. What was the phrase? I need a strong and something.
Strong, stable national majority government.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
He asked for it, and he got it.
He got one.
I've remembered now the other thing, which kind of relates to this in a way. When Jamie asked, are the Liberals going to blame themselves for blowing this? Well, the Conservatives also changed their strategy in the last week, not necessarily in the way that Corey Teneycke and others were asking for them to do, but in that last week, you talked about the golfers ad. All the ads the Conservatives ran, I never saw Pierre Poilievre in them or mentioned in them at all.
Yeah.
Who was...
It doesn't necessarily bode well for
I think that's one of the most remarkable
Yeah.
things about the end of this campaign is that the Conservatives ended with 3 ads that didn't feature their leader who they want to be prime minister. And in fact, one of them featured their leader from like 3 leaders ago. So I just don't know. I mean, someone with better research skills than me would have to figure out whether a party has ever won an election when it finished its closing argument, its closing ads didn't feature its leader.
Yeah, and actually featured the guy from 2011.
It's a remarkable turn. It's just a remarkable situation.
We have that golf ad, so let's all just. I don't know how many opportunities we're going to get to watch this again.
Let's revel in it. Let's do it.
Terrible swing. Terrible swing.
Well, it's been a tough few years for him. He just can't seem to get ahead.
Yeah, we had to pay for Sarah's down payment last year. Things are tough for her, too.
You know what Mark Carney says.
Come on, do you really think that a 4th Liberal term is going to change anything?
You know, I've been thinking the same thing.
Are we really going to give these clowns a 4th term? I'm voting Conservative. There you go.
Yeah, for a change.
There you go. No Poilievre.
What I find remarkable with those ads, and David may have more insight into this than I do, is how much of there was that ad and there was another one that featured, let's say, older voters talking to the camera, and a lot of it was concerns about their kids.
Yeah.
And one of the ways I've wondered about this election in terms of the demographic splits is whether if you owned a home, i.e., you were over the age of 45 or 50, you looked at this election one way. If you didn't own a home, you looked at an election the other way. And so, you know, 2 of these ads that were targeted at older voters were based on trying to get older voters to think about their concerns about younger their kids.
Yeah.
Like, is that, how much of this is a kind of home ownership split?
Can I amend your theory? Homeowner without much mortgage left.
Yes.
And that's the key thing, right?
It is.
Don't underestimate the effect that the interest rate spike had on households who saw their, even to today, if they've renewed or you know, it's still higher than it was if you bought a home in 2019, 2021.
Yeah.
And so I think that's it. It's
Mortgages,
those later who own a home, I think you're right.
That are albatrosses around their necks.
That don't have the debt, you know, holding them down, can think that way about and have the ability to actually leverage the equity to help their kids buy the home, which we're seeing a lot of happening.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing that I heard more often than not throughout this campaign from young people, the voters you're talking about, Jamie, is this sense that for the first time in our history, as the generations move forward, the younger generation now who are reaching adulthood are looking at the way forward in a fashion not as good as their parents said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it was home ownership or anything else. And that drove their vote.
Yeah.
And it drove them away from they blamed the Liberals for it. They blamed Justin Trudeau for it. And they weren't hearing anything from Mark Carney that would change their mind on that front. Majority of them who had already made a decision not to vote Liberal.
And I think what they were hearing from Poilievre, and they had been hearing it for a long time, was him accurately challenging their rage. You know, I've heard a lot of people complain about how they think Poilievre is too angry. Let me tell you, I have not heard a single millennial or any generation around that generation complain that he was too angry about housing.
Yeah.
I think the rage that young adults feel in this country around housing cannot even be tapped into by Poilievre. And so I think that they appreciated that.
The mismatch of tone between every other party and how they talk about these issues.
He was on the tip of that spear for years.
Yeah.
For the last, and I think, I don't know, you tell me, but he probably had them for a long time.
He did, and he tapped into that. You know, I think there's 2 types of anger out in the electorate, right? There's the core conservative anger, which is much more driven at the way they think the system works, the anti-woke sentiment. And then there's the economic anger, which is I feel like I cannot get ahead, I can't catch up. And in a generational sense, my generation kind of got, Screwed. I can say that, all right.
Yeah.
Screwed,
well,
right?
And here we are, guys.
And every time we
We
get
have
close
not dropped
to
an F-bomb
perhaps having
all night.
somebody who's going to do something about it, okay, boomer.
Yeah. Yeah.
You did it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And don't underestimate just how disappointed people were in Trudeau for not delivering on what they thought was a core part of his promise
and
in
what
2015.
they brought him in to do, young people.
First minister
gave him that.
He was the first
right?
minister of youth.
Minister of youth. Yeah.
That's right.
Peter.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please. Oh,
Sorry.
Great. Great.
I just want to try one to the table. Maybe Elamine, great thinker that he is.
Come on now.
Can take a run at this one. I'm just wondering, given the last couple of months and what we've witnessed on the part of Canadians from, right across the country, and they're kind of rising up on issues, patriotic and other. Is this election fundamentally different than the other ones? I'm not talking about how we voted as a country, but how we've been inspired to take part in the discussion and the debate that's been going on. Have we changed? As Canadians, have we changed as a result of all this?
I think that's a question that sort of remains to be seen in terms of where the Liberal vote holds. But certainly they were trying to have the conversation on those terms, right? I think they were trying to say that at least one of the things that you're voting on is what kind of country do you want to be? What kind of country do you want to be in terms of our relationship to the United States? And that's the thing that Mark Carney kept on returning to as he kept on setting the scene and saying, Donald Trump is a big threat. Donald Trump is a big specter. He was, he had Mike Myers in doing that elbows up ad. He's trying to sort of tap into the sense that we should not just be concerned. We should actually be angry and we should be upset at the incursions into our sovereignty and the incursions into the amount of space the United States takes up in our imagination. Now, having said that, I think that in another moment where the cost of living is not as near the top of people's concerns, that would have carried the day, right? That absolutely would have carried the day because that taps into something very deep in this country in terms of the ways that we think about ourselves and our relationship to the United States. But things have been hard. Things have been hard for such a long time for so many people that they still, even with all of this, we still don't have a call for a majority government for the Liberals. We know that they're going to form government, but they tapped into it just a matter of whether it was enough to compete with this larger narrative of like how difficult things have been. In any other universe, this would have been an election about our sense of who we are as a people, our sense of who we are in terms of how we declare ourselves to be a sovereign nation. And Pierre Poilievre sort of tried to make the argument, and I think the numbers so far show that it was convincing for a number of people that, that is, one of the questions we're trying to answer. But the other question we're trying to answer is, what is our path to prosperity? What is our path to giving some of those younger people some of the promises that we've made to them? And I don't know if the Liberals have necessarily had an answer to that, even the entire election. I don't know. David?
I also see, there's a parallel with climate change, right? That these existential crises that we talk about, Trump, I think, has done that to a lot of Canadians and questioning the very existence of Canada. But people are often shocked when I tell them that younger Canadians are less likely to put climate change as a top issue than older Canadians.
Yeah.
Right? And some will frame it as, well, you have the luxury to worry about those longer term crises, problems, but I'm worried about just paying the rent today.
Yeah. I was going to say on Peter's question, has this election changed us? My question is, has it changed certain parts of this, certain demographics in this country, right? Have they been galvanized around? Are younger Canadians just really still thinking about all the things that they were thinking about going into this election? Yeah, you're gonna step out for a minute, and we're gonna, Peter. It's 5 a.m. for you, so we're gonna let Peter go. unless you want to say anything else, add anything tonight.
I'm good. I think it's one of those historic nights. This is an election and an election night that the Canadians are not going to forget.
Yeah.
It's been exciting, more exciting than any of the ones I covered. There were a few exciting ones, but this is exciting in the sense that we still here at the middle of the night, we don't know exactly what's going to happen here. So it's and that's good. That's good for democracy. It's got people thinking. They've had to think through this campaign. They've surprised us at times. They've all surprised us, the politicians and the people. And that's all good. Maybe it can all lead to making the system better and the politicians more aware of the stakes for the whole country and not just part of it.
Yeah. It was such a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Pleasure for me too. Great to be a small part of the discussion. Thanks so much.
Good to see you, Peter.
Yeah. Bye.
Man, oh man.
Guys.
I honestly did not think that we'd be here at midnight, still without a specific call, whether it's a majority or a minority. I did not think that NDP number would be, I thought it'd be lower. I did not think it would be, they went into this election with 25 seats.
Yep.
They have 8, so you're less than a third of your initial haul, I should say, even with all of these sort of low numbers, Aaron, Edmonton Strathcona, Heather McPherson, who won, I think, last time by I think she won at 60% or so. She's leading in her party. I got to imagine that, if you are the NDP and you're looking around and be like, who's left to maybe lead this party? An Edmonton NDP MP who can manage to hold on to her seat, maybe, in the middle of this entire storm.
Yeah.
I have to imagine that's where you start looking.
These NDP numbers are wild.
Yeah. If she wants the job.
If she wants the job.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's I was saying this to Jamie before we went on. A lot of times when people are coming into election nights, they sort of talk themselves into thinking, well, that incumbent MP is really popular, or that they have a really great profile.
Yeah.
They'll squeak this out. And, it goes even to the question about how much people care about their local candidates. Like when voters decide to move, they just move and they don't pick and choose which MPs they're going to save. And so there are going to be New Democrats who lost tonight that people are going to think, I can't believe that person lost. But this is just sort of when voters move, they move. To go back to the previous question, I do think if we look at these numbers, that it sort of underlines that, Mark Carney is kind of faced with two big things. Obviously, there's the Trump sort of existential crisis, but then there is still this dissatisfaction with the way things are working.
Yeah.
Not ignore, but I don't think Mark Carney is gonna assuage the people who think the government is too woke. But the people who are worried about affording a house, the people who are worried about the cost of things, that is the other big thing that he has to figure out. The post 2016 sort of Trudeau thesis was, if you can deal with economic security, you can rob populism of its sort of fire and its fuel. And for a long time, it looked like he was going to fall victim to that he hadn't. There was an economic security issue, and that was going to usher in a populist government. And Mark Carney has and Donald Trump has sort of turned that on its head and given the Liberals another, 2 years, 4 years, we'll see, in office. But there's still that economic security issue that they have to figure out. And it's housing, it's the cost of living, it's, public transit, it's all those things that as much as we're going to talk about Trump in the next little while, it's the economic thing that they also have to figure out.
Yeah. Yep. Guys, we're going to wrap in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
At midnight. And then
I'm not leaving the studio, Jamie. I'm just sitting right here.
We're just going to stay here all night because if you were going to go to bed now soon, if you're watching this live stream or, if you also just want to stay up and watch the results, once the final results, we got a final call in terms of majority, minority. Aaron, David, and I are going to record the podcast for the next morning. So you could just catch the tail end of this in the morning and listen to Front Burner.
Yeah.
If these guys haven't spent enough time with me tonight. But I want to do two things before we go. Very quickly, we have not even talked about the Green Party tonight. Elizabeth May is projected to win her seat, but they have one seat. So is that hers that they're projecting right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does the Green Party do after this?
I mean, look, the Greens had a moment in 2019 when it looked like people were talking about, maybe they can get past the NDP and be the new third party.
Yeah.
And I think they ran into two problems. One, I don't think they built the structure. Elizabeth may have succeeded wildly in getting attention for herself, and I don't say that pejoratively, and for the party, but it doesn't look like they ever built a structure that could sustain itself. And I think the other problem they ran into is the Trudeau government pushed climate policy seemingly to the very edge of public acceptance. And I think that made it, A, because they moved so far, and B, because there just didn't seem to be an appetite to move it further.
Yeah.
It made it harder for the Greens to make an argument. And they have a hard, I mean, you talk about the NDP having a hard road. The Green road is much
hard
steeper.
to tell. Hard to know if you can get up this off this mat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, it's been such a pleasure.
Are we wrapping up? We're getting out of here?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone I would have liked to have spent the last. How long have we been here?
Hours. Days? How
4
long has it
hours. Have we been doing this for 4 hours? Yes.
We've been doing this for 4 hours. That's
If you are still watching, thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight and for asking all these great questions. A huge thank you to you guys. You can stay tuned for more election coverage if you're watching on the CBC streaming channel. We're wrapping up on this YouTube stream, though. For the rest of you, catch Front Burner in the morning, and happy election night. Thank you so much for being here.
Good night, everybody.